Good morning, everyone. I will call this May 28th Board of County Commissioners meeting to order. And we will start with a salute to the flag. And if Commissioner Garcia could please lead us in the salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Now we'll go into roll call. Madam Clerk.
Alexis Hill, Chair.
Here.
Vice Chair Jean Herman. Mike Clark is absent. Mary Luz Garcia.
Here.
Clary Andreola.
Present.
Eric Brown, County Manager. Here. And our DA today, Mary Canderas.
Here.
And I'm Jan Gala, Senior County Clerk. Madam, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We now will move into item 3. Mr. Manager.
Public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3. Test, test, test. How about that? Test, test.
There we go.
Okay. Public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments that are made to the commission as a whole and virtual public comment eligible when facilities are available.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Just noticed that Commissioner Clark is here, so I will mark him present.
Thank you.
And our public comment will be taken from the podium up here. I will call your name since there are several. Please queue yourself up so we can speed up the process. First up, we have Dr. Chad Kingsley.
Good morning. Is this on? Good morning, Dr. Chad Kingsley from Northern Nevada Public Health. Just dropping by this morning to introduce myself. And this is starting my 3rd week here. Just want to take the opportunity to come and provide, with technical difficulties, my schedule kept on getting filled up and it kept on being pushed off. Well, I'll go next week. And then it ended up being here in our house. So I decided it's just a sign I need to come today and introduce myself. So welcome to Northern Nevada Public Health here in our chambers. We host a lot of great things here. But it's been a great 2 weeks since I've been here. Staff it's very genuine. I love the community here. Been in transition. It's been kind of a small little minor miracles and blessings for our home. We sold our home in 3 days in Vegas and we got our contract for a home here in Sparks and should be closing on that within a few weeks. So excited to be here in this community and for the long term and be able to contribute here. And just want to say that it's where I'm coming from is just Washoe County has done many wonderful things and seeing here in your governance, and thank you for your service. And I'm excited to be part of that with you here. So I've got 2 minutes left. Any quick questions or anything? I just want to introduce myself and make myself available to you. I'll do my best to set up individual appointments to be able to meet with you and any of your concerns and also where I can help at. So
Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Kingsley. We're very excited to have you in our community and can't wait to see what you do for Northern Nevada Public Health.
great. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Rod Dimmitt, followed by Bill Miller.
Good morning, Commissioners. I want to thank you for this opportunity. I hope you're having a great morning. My name is Rod Dimmitt, and I've been a volunteer at the May Arboretum for the last 10 years. I've also been a member of the May Arboretum Society for the last 8 years, which is a nonprofit that supports the Arboretum. I want to share with you this morning the benefits of having a botanical garden in our community and why we need to support it better. The botanical garden creates generally a healthier community. This comes in the form of increased education, improved physical and mental health, along with an escape from the everyday reality. Botanical gardens help to educate our community about conservation and our role that we play in environmental change. Having a garden like the May Arboretum reinforces the benefits of being outside. This includes improved mental health as well as improved attention span and memory. A 90-minute walk through the Arboretum can reduce depression and improve physical health. Gardens are very complex and very important to our community, and they offer a beauty of the plant world. A journey through our garden will demonstrate what the world has to offer right here in Reno. So you might be asking, how can we support it better? The guideline for Botanic Garden staffing is 1 person per acre, and that's set by the ARBNet, which is the Morton Registrar of Arboreta. The May Arboretum is 13 developed acres, and we only have 2.75 FTEs year-round and 1.5 seasonal FTEs. That's less than 1/3 of the recommended staffing. Our Arboretum is a level 2 garden, not a level 4. We're close to becoming a level 3. And the ARBNet Register lists over 2,400 gardens in the world. Only 700 of those are registered Arboreta. As a level 2 garden, we're one of only 211 gardens accredited as a level 2. There's 46 accredited level 3 gardens, and there's 43 level 4 gardens. So it's really important. The May Arboretum is the only accredited Arboretum in the state of Nevada. So my purpose here today with you is, as you're working on budgets for the upcoming fiscal year, to maybe consider adding a person or 2 to staffing for the Arboretum. And as funds become available through the course of the next fiscal year, maybe you'd consider adding a few more dollars to help support the Arboretum in its operations. We're on the verge of greatness, and we're looking for your help. Also, I had handed out cards, so if you have any questions, feel free to email me or call me. We're doing a lunch and learn with Eric on July 12th from 9:30 to 11. And so we'd like to invite each of the commissioners to come and join and take a part of that. Bring your walking shoes and see what the Arboretum has to offer. And I want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And I think we heard you loud and clear. My understanding is we did add another CSD maintenance worker in our last budget hearing. So thank you.
Yep, thank you so much.
Next up, we have Bill Miller, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning, Chair Hill, commissioners, staff, and fellow citizens of Washoe County. I'm Bill Miller, Doctor of Ministry, retired chaplain, climateer, and advocate for the climate of our fair region and beyond. Today, I'm here to speak in favor of item 14, upgrading Washoe County's vote counting technology. That may seem far afield from climate change, and in fact, I'm a bit surprised to be here for that purpose. But a recent campaign of factually unsupported assaults on our county's voting integrity is deeply troubling. This campaign, with no evidence beyond cherry-picked, unverifiable anecdotes, is a direct and deliberate assault on democracy itself. Worse, these attacks are coming from only one side of the political aisle, that same and only one that has been credibly charged with actual voter fraud. In December of last year, 6 Republicans, including the Nevada GOP chairman, Mike McDonald, were indicted for submitting fraudulent certificates to Congress after the votes had been officially counted and certified. This crime against the voters is a felony for a reason. It is a direct assault on the trust that has been foundational to our democracy since its founding. Destroy that trust, and you can then destroy democracy itself. This dishonorable behavior is un-American, anti-constitutional, and undemocratic. And if it succeeds, all efforts to tame climate change will be derailed, dismantled, and destroyed. Fact: climate change has raised the mean temperature of Reno by over 7 degrees since 1970, the most of any city in America. Last year, we had over 100 heat-related deaths in Nevada, a record. Fact: the Pew Research Center last year showed 2/3 of America want the government to prioritize the development of renewable energy sources. Fact: last year, our governor decided to pull out of a multi-state coalition of governors aligned with the Paris Climate Accord, the global agreement to reduce emissions. If 2/3 of Americans believe we need more renewable power, but our governor acts otherwise, then without democracy, which is under assault solely by one party, how can that majority ever prevail? For me, that's the climate connection. So I'm here in support of democracy. I grew up believing in it. I went to war to defend it, I'm standing here today to defend it. Please approve item 14 to improve our electoral counting technology and continue.
Thank you.
Guess we know what the buzzer sounds like now. Terry Brooks, followed by Barry Levinson.
Good morning, B. Terry Brooks. And today I'd like to address adapting to unemployment in the case of homelessness. It is difficult to adapt suddenly being unemployed, especially having been with coworkers that you really enjoy. And if you have enjoyed the work that you perform, then it's even more difficult to have your life transformed. So when you lose the job you like, instead of an attempt to be adjusted, you might wind up in contempt in a way that's quite disgusting. You might find yourself wondering what to do with your time. Should you waste a lot of ink and paper by writing silly rhyme after rhyme? And when you find yourself without receiving a wage, it's another chapter in your life where you don't want to turn the page. But if you then find yourself receiving unemployment, then you might find yourself in a new kind of enjoyment. When you receive such benefits as unemployment compensation, you find it as a wonderful way of relieving your frustration. That's an easy way to adjust to being unemployed, even if it pays a little less than when you were employed. Now you might forget those coworkers that you had enjoyed and begin to remember those that you tried to avoid. And about the time you finally adapted to not going to work is about the time that you will be called back to work. Just about the time that you finally got yourself on track, that's about the time that you get called back. Now you have to readapt to doing things all over again and going back to work. So let the process begin. I hope that you all have adjusted to hearing my rhymes again, because you know that I'll be back to read some more again and again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Another beautiful piece. Madam Clerk.
Barry Levinson, followed by Valerie Fianacca.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Barry Levinson, and I am a resident of Washoe County and a Sierra Club volunteer. Today, I would like to give my strong support for item 14 and urge a yes vote from all of you to accept reimbursement from the Secretary of State office for the purchase of the Blue Crest Vantage mail sorter. From the information available in the quote for this system, which I looked at online, it looks like an excellent choice. I understand from people who have observed the vote processing that the current sorting machine frequently breaks down, wasting staff time and causing delays. The new machine would make mail ballot processing much faster, more accurate, and more efficient. This means that the voters who need to correct a problem with their ballot, like mismatched signatures, would get more time to do so. It would also free up staff for other important tasks and might even help in getting election results out faster. Sierra Club fully supports the mail-in ballot system and encourages a yes vote on item 14 to accept funding for a new mail sorting machine. And thank you for all that you do for our county for helping to keep our elections fair and accurate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Valerie Fianacca. Oh, followed by Ken Henry.
Good morning, Commissioners. Valerie Fianacca for the record. I don't know how to follow up the one speaker, but we all need to get off this Republican-Democrat election denial thing and start thinking about uniparty, because it's truly a uniparty. If you think about it, we have some problems with our ROV, and I don't even understand how it possibly could happen again. But we've got signatures on the outside of the envelopes, so now we've got our name, our address, and a signature on the outside of the envelope that you expect us to put into the mail. I don't know about you guys, but I have a problem with that. And at nighttime, we've got a spreadsheet that shows who voted and even more identifying information that's uploaded onto the internet. So all the identifying information that anybody needs is out there on Anybody, anybody. Not just me, not just all of us. It's all of us. For the whole world to see. I have a problem with that. And I'm not shocked and amazed at these problems with the ROV anymore. It seems like they're planned. And how exactly do you miss the only Republican candidate for Assembly in District 27 not being on the ballot? How does that happen? Why are the candidates not allowed to preview the ballot before printing? Not only was the candidate missed, but she shows registered with the ROV to vote, but canceled with the Secretary of State. I've never seen cancels before. That's new. She's just canceled. But we should all trust all of these systems because they're so great, right? And we're crazy for saying they're not great. I'm sorry, that kind of makes me mad. Several meetings back, we discussed a candidate's campaign office and its proximity to the voting location. I would like to discuss the same candidate's tractor-trailer-sized campaign sign being directly located across Pyramid Highway from a voting location. This is probably legal, but is it moral? I would say not. We, the people, should be considering the amount of money being poured into this race and the national attention being paid to it. One must ask themselves, why so much attention on a position that pays less than $70,000 a year? Is our county that important? What the heck's going on? I mean, seriously. Sometimes it feels like we never achieve a goal. And I prayed about that this morning and was reminded of David. We don't need our leaders or men to win our battles, which seem insurmountable sometimes. We need faith that God is in control and we are but his instrument, protected by the wings of angels.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Ken Henry, followed by John Gissy.
Good morning. I thought I would not be a wallflower today, so here I am. First of all, I'm a climateer, and our goal is, or our energy goes out to be awareness of the planet that we're on, what's going on, and really gratitude for you guys being aware and the actions that you're taking. When I looked at the voting piece today, being who I am, first thing I did is look up that new machine. And if you haven't gone on YouTube for the 2-minute blurb on it, and I've done more than that, it is shockingly efficient. I would question if the spending of $500,000 or $600,000, if we weren't in the milieu, the environment that we are in today. The voter registrar and that whole organization is just challenged to the max. Rightfully so. People have rightful complaints and so on, but my sense of it is that they're doing everything they can to make it work for us. So one of the things that comes up for me also is that we're at a time where the challenges just seem absolutely overwhelming. But for me at 76, I have to take that on as seen as opportunity. And to some degree, that means inclusiveness. I can't be looking out for who's right or wrong because it seems almost like a waste of time to me. My daughter just crushed her right hand, 2 of her fingers, and God, I always get emotional when I'm but I'm hoping that more than just me is seen as an opportunity. I almost want to say, what choices do you have? Left hand, right hand, no less? Are you just going to go with everything that's going on around us almost with this is horrible, a horrible disaster, or do we see it as an opportunity? And I think when we see it as an opportunity, the challenge is right in our lap. Are we just going to attack everybody around us everybody has the right to do whatever they need to do, or are we going to take it on as if we're not functioning effectively right now, what do we need to do that? We were up at TMCC for Earth Day. Oh my God. If I were them to some way, those kids were just wonderful. And I do think they see it that way, bravely so. If anything, sometimes I think they might look at us and say, are they going to slow me up? Or speed this whole process up. So anyway, I'm really grateful to you guys.
Thank you.
John Gissy, followed by Elise Weatherly.
Good morning. My name is John Gissy with Volunteers of America at the Nevada Cares Campus, speaking on behalf of item 10. Thank you all for gathering here today. I stand before you to address a matter that deeply impacts the lives of every one of our valued employees at Volunteers of America. The need for a cost of living raise. As we all know, the cost of living has been steadily increasing. Everyday expenses such as housing, food, healthcare, transportation continue to rise, placing greater financial pressure on our staff. This isn't just about numbers. It's about the people's lives and well-being. Our employees are the backbone of this organization, dedicating their time, energy, and skills to ensure our collective success. It is only right that we recognize their contributions and support them in meeting their basic needs. First and foremost, the cost of living raise is an acknowledgement of the hard work and commitment that our staff brings to their roles each and every day. Our employees have shown unwavering dedication, often going above and beyond to meet and exceed the expectations. This raise is not merely a financial adjustment, it's a gesture of gratitude and respect for their invaluable contributions. Secondly, providing a house of living raise is crucial for maintaining the morale and motivation of our workforce. When employees feel that their efforts are recognized and fairly compensated, it fosters a positive work environment and enhances productivity. Conversely, when salaries remain stagnant despite rising living costs, it can lead to dissatisfaction and disengagement. By ensuring that our employees are able to maintain their standard of living, we are investing in their well-being and in turn, the overall health of our organization. In my personal interactions, we just recently got a staff member into housing. He had had some financial burdens upon him and had been actually sleeping in his car for 6 months and still continuing to work the overnight shift 40 hours a week. I thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Elise Weatherly, followed by Lynn Burney.
Good morning, Elise Weatherly. I'm going to speak up because it is hard for people to hear back there. I am a Washoe County resident, have been for decades, and what I'm going to do today is emulate some of the other speakers. Now, we know Terry Brooks. He always brings poetry, right? I think he might have left. Well, the interesting thing is that poetry there versus lyrics of a song are different. Poetry is a little bit harder. By the way, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. So here's my poem. I was almost being hounded and certainly surrounded by hornets when trying to get some stuff done. So I went inside to clear my mind. I didn't want to get stung. That's as far as I've gotten so far, because how do you poetize the names of the hornets? The names of the hornets, which stand for, Highland Ranch Homeowners Association, are Tammy, Charles Mark, Paul, Donna, Gail, Cecilia, and a few other things. I'll mention the names later, but what I wanted to do was say, you know what, sometimes it's good for us to speak up and tell the truth, right? It's not very, generally doesn't make you very popular, but Julie last week stood up and accused Jeannie Herman and Mike Clark of stirring things up. And you know what? I got to thinking, kind of perplexed, and I'm going, she was right, okay? So they did stir things up, but here's my stir up thing. You guys voted for something absolutely illogical months ago. It was about a proposal to discontinue one of the laws, or whatever you call it, rules, because the business no longer was in business and the person was no longer around. Why did you vote against that? Well, it's because you wanted to stir things up. I know that. I do the same thing, gosh darn it. But it was totally illogical. your decision. Now, the other thing too is that Charles Mark Newman finally told me why I was hit with the almost $10,000 violation that Jeannie Herman said she'd stand up for and didn't, false and empty promise, you know, but whatever. That I just wouldn't shut up. So I followed the law of the state of Nevada and took personal fiduciary responsibility for the books at Highland Ranch Homeowners Association. And you know what I found? I found some things that needed to be investigated. Now, why would somebody start wanting to sting me because of that? Well, let's draw the conclusion that they probably had something to hide. So I'm not going to shut up, Charles Mark Newman. Why? Because God says you speak up and you speak out when things are wrong. So the other thing too is that about age. I have noticed that since I crossed that age barrier, I am now socially unacceptable and stupid. Gosh darn it, I didn't follow the instructions. I did not become more stupid. I became a little more trustworthy.
Lynn Burney, followed by Janet Butcher.
This is going to be a challenge. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Lynn Burney. I've lived in Washoe County since 1973, and I've seen some changes that are just appalling. So I have some questions, and I know you can't answer them, but if I give my phone number, is there somebody having to do with the voting that could call me and explain a couple of things? That being, is there someone that could call and explain to me why the ballots aren't being scanned as they're dropped off? Also, why people that went online and said no to a mail ballot got one anyway? Why the signature and addresses aren't covered? Who verifies the signatures, people or a machine? Why did we go out of state for someone to oversee our elections? It's just all baffling to me, and it just seems like more and more they're trying to discourage us, old people, from voting and having our voices heard. It really is upsetting, very, very upsetting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Lino Ortega.
Good morning, Janet Butcher for the record. Please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. First of all, I need to very much say that the United States of America is not a democracy. Anytime anybody says our democracy, done. We are not. Read the Constitution. Nowhere in any of the founding documents is democracy referenced. I do want to thank the audience for being here because they don't have to be and they're not getting paid. Unfortunately, we don't have the visual thing this morning, I guess, right? No visual. So I will try to show this. This is what a ballot used to look like when you sent it in, or the mailing portion of it. You can see underneath the flap is the signature, okay? Underneath the flap is the signature. This ballot has a signature on the outside. Now, who okayed this? Who designed this? Absolutely horrendous. I'm hoping the audio is better this week because I noticed last week, depending on who was speaking at the microphone, the audio went in and out. So I do want to say that why can't we get our elections right? We fix one thing and then we do another thing that's absolutely horrendous. The sample ballot, first of all, I didn't get the sample ballot until after I got my ballot. And on the sample ballot, which I don't care, people can know I'm a Republican, registered Republican. There were 2 Democrats on the Republican ballot. Why? And we could have avoided a lot of this had we voted the right way, had we not brought in outside sources, had we looked at Commissioner Herman's election resolution, and had we I mean, somebody up there in the tower would set forth her election Citizens Advisory Board, which was totally ripped apart and not presented the way she presented it. You should be ashamed. Can we please get these elections corrected? Thank you.
Lino Ortega, followed by Bob Blackstock. Lino Ortega. Bob Blackstock, followed by Judy Coulter.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. I'm not accustomed to public speaking, but I'll do my best here. My name is Bob Blackstock. I'm a resident of West Reno, and I'm not as fully prepared as I'd like to be, but let me see what I can do with that. So good morning, commissioners. And I'm here to speak about item number 14 on the agenda. Part of my background is I've got an engineering degree from a major West Coast university. I also have a master's in business from another West Coast university. I've done business consulting for major international corporations. One of the companies I worked for early in my career was a major company, a technology company in Silicon Valley. And one of my jobs there was to work on equipment design and development and purchase major capital equipment for that corporation. That track equipment was for the processing of silicon wafers for the manufacturing of integrated circuits. And that may seem like an orthogonal direction with respect to what we're talking about here. But actually, functionally, with respect to that sorting machine that is used in the vote ballot counting process, which I sat and watched that process for 3 days. I've got notes here. I brought them with me from this last election cycle. That machine broke down several times, and from my casual observation of that machine from that observing window there on the vote counting floor, as that machine really was faulty. Of course, I didn't inspect it personally using my engineering background in education, but certainly it could be improved majorly. I did look at the specs of that machine. Unfortunately, I was not able to find the information that was used to select that particular processing machine. Pitney Bowes is the head corporation for that corporation. Pitney Bowes has been around for decades. I certainly have confidence in their ability to design and implement good sorting equipment. That's what they've been doing for all those years, is processing ballots such as that and mail items. And maybe to close on this, there are several of my colleagues here in the audience. So I'd like for you to stand up to support our recommendation to the commission for voting for the approval of that machine. That's item number 14. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judy Coulter, followed by Scott Wong.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Judy Coulter, and I live in the Steamboat Valley, and I'm here to speak on behalf of item number 15 on the agenda. Last Friday, I lost my father, but I'm here today because this is so critical for our entire valley, not just Steamboat, but the whole Truckee Meadows. And I'm here to speak this morning before I travel
to please ask you to truly evaluate what's happening on item number 15. Harry Fry has been trying to develop in the Steamboat Valley for years and has been. In 2016, he submitted a proposal to build 58 homes on what was originally two 20-acre parcels. It subsequently was subdivided into 3 parcels. Now it is 8 parcels. In 2019, in his appeal, he was actually denied approval of this project. And in 2019, he appealed the denial with prejudice and said that they would, and I'm quoting this off of his appeal, said that we would like to eliminate the 8 lots and resubmit. They want to build 58 houses, and this lift station that's on the agenda, or we appealed the decision, it was originally approved, I have no doubt is to revisit this 58 home project in the Steamboat Valley. He wants to connect Toll Road to Rhodes Road through Chance Lane, which is a 1-lane dirt road with a 12% grade on it. We can't let this happen. This valley is a jewel in the Truckee Meadows. It's used for equestrian, it's used for cyclists, it's rural. People have livestock, chickens, horses, cows. There's a lot of water issues out there, which we're dealing with on an immediate development next to us that was blitzed under the cover of darkness, where the developer brought in more than 10,000 cubic yards of fill dirt and then had the engineer do the plans saying it was a net zero project. Well, it's now under review by the county engineers, but things are happening out there that aren't being monitored the way they should be. And I ask you to deny this lift station because it's going to service this future development again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Wong, followed by Penny Brock.
Morning, everyone. Good morning, commissioners and Mr. County Manager. My name is Scott Wong. I'm a resident of, I believe it's District 2 in the South Reno, South Meadows area. I'm here to address item number 10, the renewal of the contract with Karma Box and CARES Campus. And I want to give you a little bit of background about myself quickly so you understand my perspective and why I'm here. So I've been a property owner in South Reno since 2008. And I worked from in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I retired from law enforcement, and I did that for approximately 30 years. And then I moved into Reno in 2016. So in my retirement, coming to Reno, I had to find something to do. And besides the generous outside activities and inside activities and my daily naps, I decided that I needed to volunteer my time. And so I got involved in volunteering for different nonprofits, one of them being Volunteers of America. I also dabbled with Food Bank, and then also Concerns of Police Survivors, okay, that helps out families of officers killed in line of duty. During this time period, I realized, in my career, I really wanted to help people. That's why I was in the job. And I did help people, from responding to loud leaf blower calls, finding missing kids, to making arrests, working investigations for homicides. But coming out to Reno, I started to realize, what, was I really helping people when I saw the disenfranchised and unhoused citizens of Reno? And so when I was working at the VOA, I worked at the Resource Center, and I currently still do occasionally in the mailroom. I realized that, I was getting more appreciation and thanks from the unhoused than I was as a police officer. But one thing I also realized was that my supervisor in the Resource Center was also a previous client. And I really liked how the VOA operated. I got on board on the advisory board, and then I'm on the board of directors. But one of the things that I really admired about the VOA were the employees. And that was what brought me to the organization. I continue to volunteer there. The employees are hard workers. Again, I mentioned that they're prior clients. I got to know them. They've got to know the clients here in Reno and Washoe County. And one thing I would like to say that for me was a deciding moment to stay with VOA is when I talked to the case managers who now work for the county, They told me that if we have someone that is homeless, unhoused, that wants to get out of it, we can do it. Okay. It was a rough road in the beginning, started with the city and now with the county, and the county's done an outstanding job, Dana, the commissioners, and the support. And so all I'm asking is to continue that support with the employees primarily, because I think that's where it counts. Like anything else, the frontline workers are the ones that make the difference. And so I'm here for that. I'm going to get off before I get the gong. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Natalie Henriquez.
Penny Brock, for the record, first of all, it's of a great concern that you moved us out of the chambers. Look at this room, and there's people out in the hall that can't even get in. That is a violation of our First Amendment. We are to have the right to come and redress our government officials. Secondly, that was a mismanagement on someone's part that should have never happened. IT should have known they needed maintenance if that was the problem. Plus, people can't even hear in the back. So I guess maybe you should have left us in the chambers because this isn't working out very well. Moving along, yes, huge problem with the mail-in ballots, all kinds of problems. Why did you use that run back out of Arizona? Why? I think you should cancel that contract and have the ballots for the general election printed down in Carson City at our state printing office and have the mail house in Sparks. Both of those did the primary mail-in ballots, and they did just fine. We should support local Nevada businesses. Why did you use that goofy run back out of Arizona? Please cancel their contract. Next, I would like to address there's an election integrity violation report being filed by We the Voters over the outside the ballot, the mail-in ballot envelope. That's being filed with the Secretary of State. Secondly, we also have a problem with the Elbert sensor that's embedded in our election system. It transmits data to the Center for Election Security and other entities. This will not prevent cyber intrusion, which it's supposed to do. If our elections are not hooked up to the internet, why do we need Elbert sensor? If our elections are air-gapped and closed-looped, why do we need Elbert sensor? If no one can plug in to the election management system, why do we need Elbert sensor? If an Elbert sensor now creates a pathway to the cyber world from the EMS, why would we use an Elbert sensor? I would ask that Elbert sensor be pulled out of our embedded Dominion voting machine tabulator system. This is a violation, again, this is a serious violation of NRS. It's also a violation of our constitutional right to our ballot information being private and secure.
Natalie Henriquez, followed by Kimberly Koshman.
Hi, good morning, Council. I'm Natalie Henriquez. I'm actually reading today for someone who could not be here with us, from John Opolinski. To whom it may concern, this morning in the Council, I'm writing to bring to your attention a matter of grave concern regarding the behavior and conduct of Grant Denton, a prominent leader among several nonprofits in Reno, Nevada. It is with a heavy heart that I report on his abusive, unprofessional behavior, which has had profoundly negative impact on many individuals, particularly women within this community. I personally have worked with many nonprofits in Reno. Currently, I'm the finance director of Bristlecone Family Resources and the board of president with Reps for Recovery. Several credible reports have surfaced indicating that Mr. Denton engages in inappropriate and degrading conduct towards women. These actions include, but are not limited to, making demeaning and derogatory comments, courting women in the very early stages of sobriety, and fat shaming them. Such behavior is not only deeply disrespectful and harmful, but also completely unacceptable for someone in a position of leadership and trust within our community. Courting women in early sobriety is particularly concerning as it exploits individuals during a vulnerable period in their lives when they are striving to rebuild and regain control. This behavior undermines the essential support and trust needed in the recovery process and raises serious ethical questions about Mr. Denton's fitness to lead and support nonprofit organizations that serve our community. I saw firsthand why Grant's GRIT program didn't succeed at Bristlecone Family Resources, and I have had several complaints about him at Reps for Recovery. Moreover, the act of fat shaming women is a form of bullying that can lead to severe emotional distress and long-term psychological damage. Such conduct is incompatible with the values of respect, dignity, and compassion that should guide all interactions with nonprofit organizations. I urge the relevant authorities and governing bodies of the nonprofits which Mr. Denton is associated with to conduct a thorough investigation into these allegations. It is imperative that the appropriate action is taken to ensure a safe, respectful, and supportive environment for all individuals, particularly those who are most vulnerable. Thank you for your attention to the serious matter. I trust that you'll handle the situation with the urgency and gravity it deserves. Sincerely, John Opolinsky. And I apologize, this is emotional for me because I am a victim of abuse, and this, you're gonna hear from one of the people I've worked with, vulnerable women and families for the last 3 years, and you're going to hear from one of the brave survivors right now. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Kimberly Koshman, followed by Cliff Nellis, and I have documents to distribute to the board.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kimberly Koshman. I met Mr. Denton in February of 2023. He was a mentor and speaker at Reps for Recovery meeting. In recovery since 2005, after the unexpected passing of my previous boyfriend, I was looking for a supportive, sober community. We exchanged numbers with the intention that I would assess his shoulder pain as I work as a personal trainer, owning my own small gym since 2019 in North Lake Tahoe. After 2.5 months of talking and joining him in volunteer work, we began an on and off romantic relationship that I ended April of this year. I was at times very apprehensive about Mr. Denton's relationship behaviors, but his platform and backing by political figures and established community members alleviated my concerns. I have overwhelming gratitude that I have the resources and family support to aid me in putting this cruel relationship behind me. With that gratitude comes extreme sadness for the other vulnerable women who aren't afforded that opportunity, but were also victims of his regular abuse of power. I have now resigned from 2 jobs in Reno due to intimidation by him and his associates. I've decided to move out of town after he threatened, and I quote, to bury me. I've personally seen Mr. Denton abuse his dog, child, and abuse illegal steroids. I have seen him claim he'd beat the brakes off homeless men, intimidate anyone who has damaging information on his conduct. Speaking of intimidation, an appraiser at the State of Nevada Department of Taxation stated in a Facebook message that she believed I'd been served with a cease and desist prior to me receiving it. I had gone to Carson Tahoe Behavioral Health to receive emergency help for my severe anxiety and depression. Reno is closer, but I was trying to go somewhere he is not. I'm struggling to cash pay for therapy due to his presence in Reno Behavioral Health, where my insurance were referred and pays in full. Does a cease and desist letter imply that I'm no longer allowed to seek help for depression with honesty about its cause within the town limits of Reno, Carson City, or Sparks? Or is it an intimidation tactic? I'd feel much safer going somewhere he has no presence at all, but please tell me where that is. How is a man with "you can trust me" tattooed on his lower torso that was involved in multiple domestic battery charges on public record trusted in our community to work very closely with at-risk women? Is Mr. Denton really a good candidate to be allotted further taxpayer funds? Mr. Denton's conduct is directly in conflict to those of the nonprofits and community programs he serves. I'm asking you to please look deeper. Did you know that no one is able to report him without writing a public report that they are forewarned that he can see? Do you know how scary it is to write an open public report against a semi-public figure being a woman just out of treatment, in homelessness, or suffering from grief or depression? Unfortunately, 3 minutes does not allow enough time to detail the horrors of our relationship or intimidation I faced afterwards. I stand here today not only for myself, but for the other women who are in fear they won't be judged as credible due to their past. The women who want to report him, but know they won't be protected, and his victims who have previously gone unheard. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I make a point of order?
Yes.
Thank you for your comments. We are aware of some of the allegations, and they are being reviewed by management, but in the meantime, I would like to say that if you believe you're the victim of a crime, those things should be reported to law enforcement. The county has a very robust policy in how to handle allegations of harassment, and it will be handled according to law and policy. So I just wanted to put that on the record today. Thank you.
Thank you, DA Canderas. I was going to ask for the manager to review that, but I appreciate you making sure we had that for the record and for the audience. Madam Clerk.
Up next, we have Cliff Nellis, followed by Brian Beffert.
Hello, my name is Cliff Nellis, 49-year resident of Washoe County, and I'm here because I have no confidence in our election system in this county and its reliability. That item number 14, I would like to recommend you not vote for that and save yourself a lot of money, because in the Republican caucuses, we showed you how you can count precincts or count votes at the precinct level, and you don't need to sort anything. It really does save a whole lot of time and money, because you have over 300 precincts. You have to sort in the central location. And if the voting was done at the precinct level, 4 to 5 precincts at each place, and we had paper ballots and counted by hand, then we have to have restored confidence in our election system. But the way it is now, there's no confidence. We have the Democrat Party running the whole election system from top to bottom. It has been, and every time you get a new ROV, I say, oh, can we get a Republican in there? No, we can't, because the organized crime syndicate called the Democrat Party is running our election system. But I have some comments on how we can change things. Now, I have done observing in 2022 and 2020 at the ROV. And you know what they did in 2022? They stuck the sorting tables in front of us. So all we could do is observe sorting. That doesn't matter. What matters is the signature verification, because that's the only way we can verify that there aren't a bunch of out-of-state Democrat activists running around the county, picking up envelopes and turning, signing them with some scribble and then turning them in. And we know that is happening, and that's why they're blocking us checking the signature verification. So if you could put the tables right in front of the fishbowl so we can see them, and then when the person at the table checks it, he holds it up like this so we can see the signature and on both the screen and the ballot. And then we can go with our binoculars probably, and because you got to see it close, and be able to say, oh yeah, that does look similar. And then the adjudicators over to the right over there or on the left. But yeah, we need to see the adjudicators and the signature gatherers. And the other thing is this: we need to verify these elections. And the way we can do that is having a recount of just one of the races. And if it's off by 1/10%, that shows the machines are fraudulent. Did you notice fraud? When you tell someone that this verifies your vote, you have this little tape that's recording it, and that tape is never counted. So if we count the tapes and count the paper ballots by hand, then we can verify that one race, and we can verify that the machines are accurate. Otherwise, we can't. And I know we won't do any of this, but we'll see.
Brian Beffert, followed by Nicholas St. John.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Manager Brown, Commissioners. My name is Brian Beffert. I am the Sustainability Manager for Washoe County. The Sustainability team is developing Washoe County's first ever climate action plan as part of our commitment to sustainability and to net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. We expect to bring draft reduction plans to this commission later this year for both community-wide and county operations. Community feedback is key to creating a plan that reflects the diversity of Washoe County and addresses everyone's needs. I'm here to share with you and members of the public 3 ways people can provide input and feedback. This information can also be found on our website, washoecounty.gov/sustainability. First, our online clean air survey is open right now and will be available until July 3rd. Second, we are hosting a series of listening sessions in June, including 4 in-person sessions at North Valley's Library, South Valley's Library, Sparks Library, and Incline Village Library. We will also hold 2 virtual listening sessions via Zoom. Third, we are reaching out to over 75 community groups, and we welcome discussion with community groups and with members of the business community who would like to partner with us in identifying high-impact greenhouse gas reduction strategies. Details about the survey and the listening sessions can be found on the sustainability website. We invite residents, their friends, families, and neighbors to participate in these feedback opportunities. These planning efforts are important because the Reno-Sparks metropolitan area is the fastest warming in the country, with direct impacts to public health and our economy. The effects of climate change are often experienced unevenly, so we are especially interested in finding solutions that support vulnerable populations and rural communities. Our focus will be emissions reductions from buildings and transportation, as these two sectors make up the majority of emissions in our region. We will prioritize solutions that can save money and improve indoor and outdoor air quality for everyone in the county. Again, thank you for your time, and you can find more information about all of this at washoecounty.gov/sustainability. We look forward to connecting with anyone who's interested as part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Buddy Miller.
Excuse me, those need to go to the clerk first. No.
No, Mr. St.
Would you
John.
please pass those papers down to me?
No, you have nothing in the law that says that's where they have to go. So we'll just wait until we get through this because you guys need to look at that. There's stuff on here that you need to look at.
Mr. St. John, this has to go to the clerk.
No, there's nothing in the law that says it has to go to the clerk. Please stop the timer. Please stop the timer.
Mr. St. John, we're excited to hear your comments.
No, you're not. Please stop the timer. You need these documents. Please pass those out when the timer starts. Then I'll start reading this because I have a document you need to see because it deals with the election. It deals with casting our votes. Are you going to deny me my rights?
This is your time to make public comments, sir. So if you want to
Based
read
on the
your
documents
statement,
I just handed to you.
those could be supporting material that will be provided to the clerk. Please go
You are
ahead.
denying me my rights. Okay? Means there's not an overhead. I can't put this up there so you guys can't see it. I, Nicholas St. John, a real person, not a fictitious or corporate entity, demand a special session if you're not meeting on next Tuesday before the election. Session of the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners to be held before June 11th, 2024 to clarify the definition of caste as used in some 191 places in NRS Chapter 293 as when the ROV receives and acknowledges receipt of all mail-in ballots dated on or before Election Day, June 11th, 2024, but received before 5:01 p.m. Saturday, June 15th, 2024, which would be a lot easier if you had this in front of you. I demand each commissioner go on the record during their item, which is item 4, for their input, their position on whether or not they will support free and fair elections and do everything they can to deter the ability to induce election fraud. Should you neglect or refuse to state your position on your support of free and fair elections, we will take that non-answer to mean you do not support free and fair elections. I'm available to be called back up to the podium during your input item for any clarification on this or other election concern issues. The spirit of the law of not being able to release tallies prior to the closing of polls on election day was to ensure no one received that information, was unable to manipulate the system by going out and bringing in electors to vote in their favor, thus creating fraud. With the advent of everyone who has not opted out of receiving a mail-in ballot, that time will...
Thank you very much. Please, Madam Clerk, can you call the next person, please? Mr. St. John, you are done. Thank you, sir. Mr. St. John, would you like to be escorted out? Mr. St. John, we have security here. We're happy to escort you out.
Point of order, Mr. St. John is disrupting the orderly conduct of this meeting according to the chair. He may be removed, correct, Madam Chair?
Yes, yes, you may be removed. Your remarks are done. Mr. St. John, please leave. Thank you for addressing the Board of County Commissioners.
The Board of County Commissioners to remove any possibility of valid conspiracy showing up.
All right, we are going to take a break. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hi there. Okay. I will stick this on your comment card. You did. Thank you so much. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for your patience. I'm calling the meeting back to order and we will begin public comment yet again. Madam Clerk, thank you so much. First up, we have Buddy Miller, followed by Roger Chimay.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Buddy Miller. I'm a Washoe County registered voter and I'm speaking as a private citizen. I wanted to lend my support today to two items that are on today's agenda. The first one's item 7D1, which is the staff recommendation.
Madam Chair, point of order. Ms. Clerk, can we stop the timer?
Oh, you can stop it now.
Mr. St. John, you've been asked to leave the premises due to disruption of the meeting, and if you continue to disrupt the meeting and do not leave the premises when asked, you can be charged with a misdemeanor, and we will call the sheriff. So I would appreciate no more comments from you until it is your time to speak.
Resuming, I want to give my strong support for item 71, which is the staff recommendation to authorize the district attorney to pursue litigation against the U.S. Postal Service arising from its plan to relocate Northern Nevada mail processing from Reno to Sacramento. And I hope other stakeholders in this county will join in that litigation. Second, I want to give my strong support to item number 14, which is the staff recommendation to approve the acquisition of the new Blue Crest sorter for processing mail ballots. This machine will greatly speed up the processing of mail ballots, especially since the Secretary of State has announced and will now allow the counties to begin counting mail ballot votes at 8 in the morning on election day instead of having to wait until the polls close later in the evening. Washoe County will only have to contribute $4,500 and change for the purchase of this piece of equipment, and the rest, the balance, $586,000, will come through the Secretary of State based on funds that are allotted by the 2021 Nevada legislature. So it'd be malpractice not to approve this resolution. It's a vital piece of equipment. It's been sorely needed. You've already heard from other folks how in the 2022 general election, that machine broke down multiple times, the machine that was the sorter that was being used back then. And we greatly need that new sorter. And it satisfies one of the key recommendations by the elections group final assessment report that was submitted to this board. And finally, I just want to commend all the staff, the Washoe County staff that participated in arranging for the acquisition of the new sorter, including the registrar, Carrie Young Burgess. And also I want to commend the Secretary of State's office for the work that they did, including Secretary Aguilar and also the Deputy for Elections, Mark Volashin. Thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
Have a good commissioners meeting.
Roger Chamay, followed by D. Alexander Perfont.
Hi, my name is Roger Chamay. We've been given myriad reasons for Postmaster General Louis DeJoy's plan to send local mail to Sacramento before returning it to Reno. Besides bills, prescriptions, and other things being late, just imagine if the GOP's fever dream of invalidating ballots received after Election Day comes to pass. Many of us will have 3 to 5 fewer days to decide who or what to vote for. On the plus side, of course, Mr. Dijon claims the move will save $3 million a year. Well, I suggest that the Washoe County Board of Commissioners explore the possibility of establishing a GoFundMe account to raise that $3 million, which will have the sublime result of revealing just how foolish Mr. DeJoy's absurd plan is, in addition to eliminating his raison d'etre for the disruption. Just think, $3 million wouldn't even pay the fuel cost for one of Elon Musk's jets. Thank you.
Thank you.
D. Alexander Perfont, followed by Richard Mahoney.
Good morning. My name is Alexander Profont. I'm a candidate for Justice of the Peace in Incline Village, Crystal Bay, this election term. And I'm here to alert you that I have submitted a registration and election report complaint to the Registrar of Voters, more a report than a complaint, addressing an August 7th, 2023 complaint and then response from the Secretary of State in 2023, addressing some of my concerns. The Secretary of State told me that my concerns were civil in nature, and I just wanted to speak to the idea that when a person in my family has attempted to commit, or rather commit to memory some of the things that have gone on and report it to law enforcement personnel, we are often told it's a civil matter. Some of the complaints we have to say or submit have nothing to do with a monetary consideration in our mind, but actually with the enforcement of the law. In this election and in the last election, I was alerted by staff at the Washoe County Registrar of Voters here in this building or on the opposite side of the complex here, that due to the telemetry malfunctioning on the screens when hand sanitizer is used, that that was sometimes causing something to become an undervote versus the way a person was actually voting. I learned of this due to a voter in my household up in Incline Village. It did not happen to me, but my concern is that at the polling places, that people are alerted that if something happens within the context of interfacing with the screen, that they certainly alert the polling workers before they leave, because that was the material point, that if it wasn't addressed before you left, that you could never do something about it. The other issue in my complaint that I submitted to the Registrar of Voters today, which you can get a copy from them, has to do with title theft and fraud and how it is displacing constituents that are Nevadans out of our homes and displacing us with Airbnb transient occupant residents, especially up in the Incline Village, Crystal Bay community. If you care to understand any further of my allegations or situation that has affected voters and constituents in Nevada, you're certainly welcome to contact the Secretary of State and receive a copy of that complaint. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Richard Mahoney.
Good morning. My name is Richard Mahoney. I'm a resident of Steamboat Valley. Steamboat Valley is an iconic feature of Washoe County. It has cattle, horses, quite a large equestrian community. Harry Fry has made his stated goal is to develop a very large and, in my mind, an inappropriate development east of us, up in the hills. He's had some of his properties redefined. He has 8 properties up there. All of them are eligible for a septic system, and yet he's asking to have permission, item 15 on your agenda here, to put in a lift station, a sewage lift station. It's part of a process that he is trying to further his own agenda for our neighborhood. And frankly, Steamboat Valley is one of the reasons that people love Reno. I mean, it's just sort of out of the way, but they find themselves there, and it's iconic. I'd like you to oppose that plan that he's asking for because it is not in the community's interest, and it's really not in the county's interest, in my view. Also, there's the issue of connecting Toll Road. Part of this plan is to connect Toll Road to Chance Lane to Rhodes Road. And I think if you do a traffic study on that, you would find that it would dramatically impact all of the residents of Steamboat Valley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lino Ortega. He was called earlier. Okay. Appearing not to be here, that is everyone who's signed in.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We will now move on to item 4, Manager Brown.
Item 4 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything for us, Manager Brown?
I do, Madam Chair, since this board will not meet again before the primary election, I have a few updates that have been shared mostly in public releases. The first is obviously early voting began on Saturday, continues through June 7th. Each election day is June 11th. Remember that you can vote in person at any vote center or mail or drop off your ballots. And I believe I made it to 15 of the 24 vote centers over the weekend. I want to thank all of the vote center workers out there. It was a rather boring weekend, frankly, because of the holiday, but we know things are going to pick up. Really appreciate your service in manning the vote centers for us. We do have the 24/7 live stream cameras running, and as expected, the YouTube connection is failing occasionally, but we do have a backup location. So if you go to the website, you can see the main feed and the back, and if something interferes with the main feed, you can go to the backup feed, and that has been working flawlessly. Other election-related reminders: it is very likely that voters will receive more than one ballot if they have made any recent updates at the DMV or to your voter registration. Every new transaction creates a new ballot, and the old ballot is invalidated, and the new ballot is the only valid ballot that the voter can use. You can destroy your old ballot or bring it to our office to destroy. And if you receive a ballot for someone who does not live at your address, please write return to sender. It's the fastest way for us to identify those situations and take care of it. If you write return to sender on it and send it back to us, this notifies us. We cannot remove a voter from the rolls until we've taken certain mandated steps by law to ensure that they are truly no longer eligible to vote in Washoe County. And the instructions page that you receive in your mail ballot is your secrecy sleeve. If you choose not to use it, you don't have to, but you can just slip your ballot into that piece of paper and put it on the return invitation. And for the other questions that were issued in public comment, I encourage you to reach out to the Secretary of State's office. I think she's actually in the room today. She can answer your questions since we won't have an opportunity to bring her back on an agenda before the next election. So, Madam Chair, that's all I have.
Thank you, Manager Brown, and I will commend you and the team. There was a lot of great Q&A information that was sent out over the weekend on the voting process, the ROV's office, so people can check that out at our website, and it will give you a lot of information about this primary election, so great work. Vice Chair Herman, I have you signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the block vote, we need to take 9 and 10 off. And then I sure would like to hear somebody speak on this sorter thing, because number 14, because is this a replacement or whatever? So that's number 1. Our election in some parts of the country is kind of a laughing stock. It's really embarrassing talking to people. They either say, "Oh my gosh, gee, that's terrible," and other comments like that. We just can't seem to have an acceptable, nice, clean, fair, and transparent election up here. And now I've heard about this Albert sensor. And we were promised at every turn that our computers that do our election are not hooked up to the internet or any other program such as that. But this kind of proves that statement and promise was wrong. So it just seems like we should come up with a better system. It's just kind of a hell of a way to run a railroad. Carmen Ortiz gave me permission to use her name. She called me this morning and she says on the ballot that they got, the primary sample ballot, it had 2 Dems on the Republican sample ballot for her. In Sun Valley, Lemon Valley, the same thing. And it looks like about 3 other parts of our county that they sent out preliminaries for. So I'm just beside myself. But anyhow, I guess that's all I have to say for right now.
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. And Commissioner Garcia, do you have anything?
I did, Madam Chair. I just wanted to remind folks about the public survey that's open for Rancho San Rafael Park. It's a park that we all love and hold in high regard. So I would welcome all of you to log in, and it's a 3-minute survey. I didn't quite finish it before the meeting, but I started. And the last comprehensive plan was done in 1990, and our community, as you know, has grown and changed a lot. And when these opportunities to speak up and share your ideas and your priorities, we really do take those into account. Phase 1 is happening now and it closes on May 31st. Phase 2 will ramp up in the midsummer. And the way you can access the survey is www.washoucounty.gov/parks. And then you can just navigate over to the countywide master plans and then click current projects. So that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to filling that out. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Geez, I don't know where to start. I guess I'll start at the beginning. First of all, I don't know why we're in this room. We've got a beautiful facility just down the hall, nice seating. It's almost like an amphitheater. There's security there. We can see the people, the speakers on public comment. We can see their names. There's overhead projector, all kinds of things there. And I'm told because the microphones don't work. You know, this county's got over $1 billion budget. There's nobody else on planet Earth that can fix the microphone so we can use our facility. This is ridiculous. We cancel our meetings around here for little or no reason. And yet in a situation like this, we're crammed in the room. There's people overflowed out in the back. We can't look out in the audience and see people. We don't know what their names are. Just another snafu, another glitch. Nobody on planet Earth can come up with 5 or 6 microphones for the other place with over $1 billion budget. Just shocking. Number one. Number two, I've got to agree with some of the folks talking about, and by the way, I want to apologize for my tardiness this morning. I was on the phone for about half hour, 45 minutes with a national newspaper talking about election integrity and ballots and so forth. So being questioned about that. But I'm here now. I've got to agree with a lot of the folks talking up here. And I can't solve all the problems, but I can give you a suggestion. One of the things you can do to really simplify this is to have everybody running for office take a look at the proof of the ballot before it gets printed and mailed out. If anybody's ever been in business at all, if you've ever had anything printed, the printer sends you a proof. You check the phone numbers, you check the addresses, you check the spelling, you check the message, and you sign off on it, and then it gets printed. So of all the people in this county, the candidates all know how to spell their own names. The candidates all know which offices they're running for, and the candidates all know who their competitors are. So why can't we, just to fix that part of it, in the future, and I've suggested, this isn't the first time I've suggested it in the past, let the candidates proofread the ballots before they go to the printer. What could possibly be wrong about that? Could fix a lot of these problems. So just a simple solution, doesn't cost millions of dollars. Have the candidates proofread the ballots before they're printed. Very simple. I want to talk about, I saw an ad on the newspaper, and I'd like staff to give me a report on how much we're spending on TV commercials for the Leadership Academy of this county. Saw a commercial on TV. Somebody's got either in-kind donation or they had to pay for the ad. Why are we advertising the Leadership Academy? We have overfull classes every time we have it. People know about it. All we have to do is put it out through our county social media, and we can get candidates for our Leadership Academy. I'd like to know how much that cost the county. And I'd like to compare that with when I had bicycle rides on Saturday, how much it cost the county just to post online that I was hosting a bicycle ride. I got that request denied this year because it cost the county too much money. They didn't have enough resources to post an event that I was hosting, yet they have enough money to run TV commercials for the academy, the Leadership Academy. So I'd just like to see the comparison on what's really taking place there. Start of summer. Summer started last weekend. The traditional start of summer. Kids are trying to go swimming. Kids want to go to the swimming pool. I see it yet again on the news that the county swimming pools weren't open. And the excuse, the reason, the justification was that somebody from the county had retired. somebody from the county retired, therefore we didn't have somebody in charge of that. Isn't there a backup plan when somebody's going to retire? Doesn't the county know about that a week or two or three or a month in advance? Most people announce when they're going to retire, they're planning on retiring. Why couldn't we have had somebody trained, a backup person trained, to make sure that the pools were open? So again, I'm not saying that's what took place. I'm saying that's what was reported it took place on the TV commercial. How did they get that information? Did that in fact happen? I've asked, I think it was 2 meetings ago, for all the money involved in the CARES campus. I'd like to start with, again, with the request. I'd like to know about all the federal money that was came forth for the CARES campus, all the state money, all the donations, local donations. I'd like to know what the value of the land and improvement was that we took over from the city of Reno. So I'd like to start with the cash coming in, and then I'll have plenty of questions on how the money was spent, and I'd like to have those questions answered. And Miami last week, I attended their training last week, and I think you've got a lot of very good information. However, I don't know if we'll be able to use a lot of it because they don't, unlike us, they don't have a no barrier shelter. Back there, the folks have consequences if they don't honor their agreement with the court. So I don't know how exactly we're going to translate that into what we're doing. But however, you've got to salute a county that a number of years ago had about 8,000 homeless folks, and now they're reporting 1,000 homeless folks. That's a big improvement, so kudos to them. They also had a nice facility that we got a chance to take a tour of. Honestly, I'd live in there. Beautiful facility, completely remodeled, nicely done, where we held, and that's due to open sometime in the very near future, to house folks that have mental issues, mental health issues, before they complete their sobriety and their whatever the program that they're working. So I think we should have something like that here. I think the Record Street building would be an excellent opportunity to get that building and rehab that and use that for that type of training and housing and care for folks. So bring those items up. But good work they're doing in Miami. Lastly, what we heard this morning, I mean, I didn't sign up for this. I don't want to hear about people being afraid, sexually harassed, on and on and on. These are accusations. I'm not saying somebody did it or didn't do that. But I think on that note, at the very least, to protect the rest of the citizens in the county, this item should be tabled until we can conduct an investigation, have somebody conduct an investigation and find out what's really taking place with this person, the allegation. I'm not saying they did it, they didn't do it. It's not my job to judge anybody. It's not my job to judge anybody's personal relationships, but it is my job to protect the rest of the citizens in the county, and I think we need to have an investigation, independent investigation, something an outside law firm should probably conduct to find out if any of this things took place. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we will now move into item 5, Manager Brown.
Item 5 is a presentation by NDOT Project Management Chief Nick Johnson to provide an overview of NDOT's Phase US 395 North Valleys improvements, as well as other partnered transportation improvements in the North Valleys.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. For the record, Nick Johnson, NDOT Project Management. And I'll just go through, today's presentation will be short, but really just to go through what we've been doing, what's under construction, and what's planned for the North Valleys, and then a couple updates on some of the other bigger projects that we're currently in the process of working on here in Washoe County, Reno Sparks area. So which way do I point this here? Oh, there we go. All right, so US 395 in the North Valleys. Just some quick background. In 2018, 2019, we wrapped up a regional traffic study for Washoe County, Reno Sparks. And there's a big focus on US 395, primarily in the North Valleys from McCarran out to Stead. And as a result of that, we identified a number of improvements that are needed to keep up with the growth of the area, as well as just aging infrastructure, what needed to be replaced, preservation, and things like that. So as a result, we've had 3 major phases of construction along with some additional preservation projects that we've either started construction on or completed and will be as we move forward into the future. And I'll go through those here in a little more detail. So the first one, part of what we called Phase 1A, and this was a replacement of the Pardandini Bridge or interchange there. And originally it's supposed to be part of the construction that's currently taking place now, but due to the condition of it, we needed to expedite it and get it done sooner. So we were able to get out and quickly get this bridge replaced and finished in 2021, so just a few years ago. All the while, we are still continuing the work for the engineering and everything else to get ready for the phase that is currently under construction right now, which we call Phase 1B. Now, this is the section from McCarran to essentially Golden Valley. And we're widening the road to add additional lanes in each direction, also auxiliary lanes, which for many, those are the lanes between the ramps where you get on and off to help people, give them time to merge and weave safely either on or off the freeway. A number of replacement of bridges or widening good bridges just due to their conditions to support the additional lanes, upgraded drainage, sound walls, ITS signs, lighting, all of that. So that's currently under construction now. It's about a $230 million project. So it's quite a bit of work, and this is just one picture, but there's a lot going on. So if you drive through there right now, there's equipment everywhere. There's dirt being moved. They're just getting started on some of the concrete pavement in some areas. There's just an awful lot going on. There's 2 lanes of traffic, so it is slow getting people in and out, and that will be maintained probably till the remainder of the project. There's some intermittent night closures down to a single lane to get equipment and materials and things like that in and out of the work zone. But later this year, as they complete some of this work they're doing now, they'll move traffic onto the new stuff and start working on, the pavement and bridges and things that they're currently taking down or that are being driven on now. So that'll happen later this year, but probably more importantly is the closure of the northbound on and off ramp at Panther Valley there in North Virginia. And that will be closed here later this fall, and it'll probably be for about a year as they construct the new ramps and bridges in that area, to get set up for how that interacts with Golden Valley and so on and so forth. So those are the big things going on right now. So as we move through the summer, the traffic control, what you see there is going to remain. As we get to the later part of the season, we'll start moving that around a little bit. And then this fall, the closure of those 2 ramps there at Panther Valley. And then, so 1A and 1B, that was our originally identified Phase 1. And so now we're going to talk a little bit about Phase 2, which is the next section from Golden out to Stead. This is currently under design, and it's a very similar type of scope of work where we're adding an additional lane, the auxiliary lanes, all the same things, the sound walls, the ITS signs, and others. But we've also partnered with the Washoe RTC to include some multimodal improvements as part of this phase along North Virginia Street from McCarran up to those ramps there at Panther Valley. So there'll be some bike lanes, ped crossings, transit stops, a shared use path. And so in partnering together, we were able to secure about an $89 million grant for this total Phase 2 with the multimodal improvements along with the improvements for US 395. So this project's estimated anywhere from about $150 to $180 million. And we're working through those designs with the intent to get out to construction in 26. So right on the heels of the current construction we're doing now so that we can continue to keep making these improvements because they're much needed up there. Okay, so those are the big widening projects. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the preservation and aging infrastructure type improvements that we're doing. We currently have what we call a pavement preservation or 3R project that we started last year. and it's from the state line to about the Cold Spring interchange. Majority of that work is done. There's a little bit that they have to do here this summer in terms of drainage and signs and some of the lighting that they need to wrap up. But we were able to get out there, and if anybody's driven it, it rides pretty smooth. They did a good job. So hopefully we'll wrap that up this summer. And then along with our phase 2 improvements, we're going to do the section in between that I haven't talked about yet in terms of pavement preservation from Stead out to Cold Springs. So we're currently designing that in conjunction with our phase 2, and we'll most likely, at least it's our goal, to put those out under one contract, this preservation and the phase 2, so that we can get some efficiencies and make sure that we're capturing the whole stretch now from State Line down to McCarran Boulevard in terms of new pavement and some of the infrastructure that's out there. So very similar to what you see on the State Line to the Cold Springs project right now, same type of improvements, and that'll start construction in 2026 as well. And so that's all the projects, at least, that we have planned now for the US 395 and in the North Valleys. And I think collectively, and I was looking at this the other day, it's just north of $450 million investment into our freeway system on US 395 between adding lanes and preserving the infrastructure. All right, so just a few more here, just quick updates. As many of you know, we did a major environmental study on the Reno Spaghetti Bowl. We just completed the first of 5 phases last year, and that was the 580 Glendale, Mill Street, the east I-80 to southbound 580 ramp, which was one of the major safety issues in Reno Sparks and high crash areas. So we were able to complete that last year. Now we're looking forward to phase 2, which is the section I-80 and Sparks, essentially from McCarran to the Reno Spaghetti Bowl. There's a lot packed into this phase right here, and currently we're working, our biggest challenge is working together here with, well, not working together with the Nugget, but working around the Nugget here, I should say. As many of you know, there's the bridges actually are right over the top of the casino. Many of the columns are actually in the casino if you walk through for the bridges. So we're working together to find, try to find unique solutions so that when we get to construction, that we can build this with minimal or no disruption to the Nugget and keep things moving forward. So that's a work in progress, but our team's actively engaged in it, working together, and with the City of Sparks as well. So hopefully in the near future, we can, find those solutions so we can start moving this entire phase 2 or even smaller phases forward, so we can start making those improvements to I-80 there. And continuing on with I-80, we're also doing an environmental study right now for the section I-80 from essentially the Vista interchange all the way out to USA Parkway or the Tri-Center. We've been working on that for about a year now, and we're moving through it fairly quickly, and we hope to wrap that up into the spring. At which point, assuming that everything goes well and we get through that environmental process, we can start the design so we can go to construction. It's a very large project, and there's some very challenging areas to actually build through there, especially between, I would say, Vista and Mustang. So as we get through the NEPA process and pending the funding, we'll kind of drive how we phase this. It's about 13 miles, adding a lane in each direction, but it's very much needed, and fairly soon we can start working towards getting those improvements out there. And then the last update I have for everybody is on the other side of I-80 out west. We're actually going to be replacing 7 bridges here, probably starting next year. Again, part of the infrastructure bill, looking at aging infrastructure. There's actually, I want to say 11 bridges between McCarran all the way to State Line that need to be replaced sometime in the near future or within the next 5 to 10 years. So we've started moving towards replacing these. In the first 7, as you can see up here, we're working through that environmental and design process simultaneously, and we hope to get all of that wrapped up by the end of the year so that we can get it out to bid and start construction on these 7 bridges next year. And so that is my very quick update for the board. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much. I'll first go to Vice Chair Herman. You have anything? Okay. Commissioner Andriella? Okay. Commissioner Garcia?
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. I really appreciate the investment, and I know it's a lot of pain for our constituents to feel the benefits of that, but relief is on the horizon. My question is, was there any talk or discussion prior to the 395 North improvements happening with a very parallel project across Sun Valley on Pyramid Highway and how that might intersect the residents that are in that valley? I see it every single day. It's probably the biggest concern my constituents have right now is a lot of the residents, as you know, who live in North Valley's Golden Valley Stead, are cutting through either North Virginia or Sun Valley to access or bypass some of those pinch points. And like on the other side of the valley in Spanish Springs, they're also accessing Sun Valley Boulevard. And we're feeling a lot on Highland Ranch, and we're feeling a lot at O'Brien Pass. So I was wondering if you could kind of talk to me about the decision-making on that, and so I can help kind of message that to my constituents who ask.
For the record, Nick Johnson, yes, there were a lot of discussions about that. And there's a lot baked into that too, right? And really funding, the needs, things like that. So for example, on the Pyramid project, there was a grant received, and that has a pretty tight deadline. And so at the same time, then you have to look at it, well, if we're going to avoid some of these, that means we're going to have to delay maybe 395 another 3 years. And, that's, very much needed. And so is Pyramid as well. So we try to balance, those the best we can. Pyramid started a year earlier and it's going to get done probably a year earlier, but there's going to be that time in between where it's going to impact a lot of folks. And that could, and that happens to us a lot down in Las Vegas too. There's an awful lot going on. But I'd say the big driver a lot of times is, if you have the money available and you can get out there and get these things done, we try to move them forward. But we also try to recognize too that, there's, fatigue from construction, from, a lot of our public out there driving, and try to balance that out the best we can. And sometimes it works out great and other times it may not so much. So, we did talk about it, but we also felt, hey, both of these projects are very much needed and the funding's available. Let's get them done and try to, offset them a little bit or as much as we can.
Anything else, Commissioner Garcia? Okay, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your report. I think you did a great job when you rebuilt the bridge out there. What'd you say, 2021, the bridge by Parr got rebuilt. I think that happened very quickly, surprisingly quick. I feel real sorry for the folks that live up in those North Valleys. I mean, that's just, the traffic is, I've got relatives that live up there. The traffic is unbelievable. It's as bad as anything you'd see in any major city. It's just a parking lot. After 2 in the afternoon trying to go north, I don't know how emergency vehicles get up there. I don't know how people get to and from work. I don't know how people spend any time with their family when they spend an hour traveling 8 miles or whatever it is to over an hour to get in from those areas. And so, is there any night work being done certain times of the year where we can expedite this project and have crews working around the clock, or night work? Is that an option?
They actually are doing, I'm sorry, for the record, Nick Johnson, yes, and they are working at nights. And we look at a number of things. I think 395 lends itself more to the night work. More Pyramid, you have more residential, and so we have to be cognizant of that, and we try to use, especially the backup, use low noise backup sounds on a lot of the equipment, but they're currently doing that right now. And they're trying to get out there and get that done as fast as they possibly can. It also depends too on resources too by the contractors. And we'll stipulate a lot of times when we do major freeway projects, majority of the work will happen at night if we can make it, because as you mentioned, during the rush hour, the daytime, you're going to have a lot more vehicles on the road. So it's safer to do more at night, not just for the traveling public, but also for the workers and, for the contractors. So yes, we try to do those as much as we can if the contractor has the resources available to do that. And that's, another challenge we've been finding here over the past few years is the resources with the amount of work going on and just making sure that we can get those things done in time.
Sure. There's certain times of year that lend itself to it as well, as far as seasonal. don't want to be out there in the middle of the night in a snowstorm trying to do any work. But that being said, it's Panther Valley on and off ramps are going to be closed. Is that a permanent closure or just under construction?
Just under construction.
And it's going to be about a year and a half on those before
Oh,
they're
it should be
operational?
about a year.
A year.
At most.
For those folks won't be able to get off there,
Yeah.
which makes it even more of a log jam at the off ramps and on ramps that are open. So it just keeps getting more constricted.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's a very tight area through there with the utilities, some of the right of way, and there's going to be a new braided ramp. So they're building a new bridge right on top of where the existing ramp is now, and that takes time.
Sure.
If it were just simply replacing the pavement, it would be a very quick thing. But considering that they have to go in there and build the bridge, it's going to take some time.
Sure. Well, your scope of work is a heavy lift. We're talking about USA Parkway to the California border, and essentially over a number of years. So a lot of work. Hopefully it'll get done soon. I think my personal prediction would probably be obsolete by the time it's finished, but and then we start all over. So again, I'm just speaking for the folks that I know out there. They're just the gridlock is just horrible trying to get around there. I wish we had other access routes, because even the side streets and the surface streets are all jammed as well. It probably takes an hour to get up there at night. It's not that far. You probably ride a bicycle faster. So anyhow, thank you for your help.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your work on these projects in Washoe County that are so important to our constituents and for your service to the state, and looking forward to continue the conversation with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, we'll now go into item 6.
Item 6A1 is to proclaim the week of May 5th through the 11th, 2024 as Youth Apprenticeship Week.
And I think there are people here to accept the proclamation. Are there?
Wendy Colburn and Tom,
Okay, they're not here.
they're not here.
Okay, I will just quickly do this proclamation. The Board of County Commissioners proclaim, whereas the future prosperity of our nation relies on the cultivation of skilled and knowledgeable workforce, and whereas youth apprenticeship programs provide invaluable opportunities for young individuals to gain practical experience, develop essential skills, and explore potential career paths, and whereas fostering partnerships between educational institutions, businesses, and government entities is essential for the success and expansion of youth apprenticeship initiatives, and whereas the celebration of Youth Apprenticeship Week serves to raise awareness in the benefits of apprenticeship programs and inspire greater investment in the development of our youth, and whereas by recognizing and supporting the contributions of youth apprentices, we reaffirm our commitment to empowering the next generation and ensuring a vibrant and competitive economy for years to come. Now, therefore, the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners does proclaim May 5th through the 11th, 2024 as Youth Apprenticeship Week.
Madam Chair, was that in the form of a motion?
Yes, Madam Clerk, and I'm looking for a second from the board.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. And Madam Clerk, is there a public comment on that item?
There is not.
Okay. Any questions on the motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, that motion passes unanimously. We'll now be moving to our consent items. I am looking to the board to see if any board members have questions or want to pull any items for consent. I'll start with Vice Chair Herman. Do you have anything?
73, 73, that sounded like I said 70.
73. And do you have questions?
Just questions.
You have a question on that?
Explanation.
There's a 7D1. I do not see a 7D3.
Okay, it may have been removed. Okay.
Okay, so don't worry about it?
Nope.
Okay. Commissioner Andriola? Okay. Commissioner Garcia? And Commissioner Clark?
No, thank you.
Okay, because we do not have our screens today, on all of our votes moving forward, we will take a oh my gosh, Madam Clerk, remind me what it's called again?
Roll
A
call.
roll call vote. Thank you. So, is there any public comment on our consent items, Madam Clerk?
There is.
Okay.
First up, we have Penny Brock, followed by Darcy Phillips.
Okay.
Penny Brock, for the record, I have comments on two of these consent items. The first one is on 7D 1. The United States Post Office plan to relocate our distribution center to Sacramento. Again, I'm glad you're pursuing this. I'm addressing this for a lot of reasons. One of my primary concerns is the mail-in ballots. We will lose total chain of custody. Our mail-in ballots from the voters should never leave Washoe County. We had it when we had paper ballots, and it would go directly from the polling place to the register of voter office. Now we've got the postman. You deposit it in your mailbox, it goes to the postman, it goes to your local mail, then it goes to, the distribution center, then to ROV. Now we're going to throw Sacramento in it. We won't even know what happens to the mail-in ballots. So please continue to pursue this. The other item is 7F7. This is a plan to use $200,000 of the COVID money for emergency evacuation prevention program. My concern about this, it should go to someone in human services. However, it's going to go to the county manager. Now, I would think with the distribution of this money, someone should do an evaluation of the person applying for this assistance of their finances. Are they handling their finances properly? Maybe they're not. So we, the taxpayer, shouldn't be forced to provide rental assistance. I don't think our county manager has time to evaluate 300 to 350 applications. There should also be a home visit done just to make sure this is a valid request. So I would ask that you might pull this I guess you can't make an amendment, but I think this should be in the hands of someone in social services rather than our county manager. Thank you.
Thank you.
Darcy Phillips, followed by Amy Turner.
Good morning. I am Darcy Phillips. I'm the Executive Director of Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful. I'm commenting on item 7F5. We just recently had our great community cleanup, 30 sites over Washoe County, 1,000 volunteers, and over 100 tons of green waste and trash removed from Washoe County. One of the sites was sponsored by the county and Commissioner Garcia and the awesome staff, some of whom are here today. Thank you, Alex. Had great cleanup, had a lot of dumpsters, a lot of waste dropped off by members of the community, members of Sun Valley specifically, and over 2,000 tires. So Tiregate 2024, lots of tires. But I wanted to thank you, the commissioners, for your support. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for putting this on the agenda. We appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
Amy Turner.
Morning. Thank you guys for having me. My name is Amy Turner. My friend Sandra Unsworth established a nonprofit, the Robert Unsworth Foundation, after the tragic death of her son in 2021. Her son, Robert, was a nationally ranked tennis player who had a love of the game that was unsurpassed. Sandra said he was a dancer on the tennis court. After his death, she established this foundation to give children less fortunate the opportunity to play his beloved game. Sandra couldn't be here, so she asked that I come in and speak to you a little bit about the foundation. The foundation's mission statement is to support tennis instruction, mentoring, and equipment for youth from the communities that do not traditionally play tennis. In this vein, last year, the foundation hosted three youth days the weekend of May 5th through 7th, partnering with Washoe County Human Services Agency, focusing on foster children, Big Brothers Big Sisters, and our local Boys and Girls Club. This year, we are partnered with the Boys and Girls Club to do another Youth Day on June 29th. The foundation also has sponsored 4 children for lessons at the Reno Tennis Club. We want to thank you guys for the proposed $5,000 donation that will enable us to help more children. And we hope that you guys will again help us promote our youth days like you did in the past. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, I am looking for a motion on consent.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Looking for a second.
Madam Chair.
On consent?
We can still do the motion and then we can,
Okay.
Ms. Fianaka certainly can come up. And you were saying a second?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Back to public comment, Madam Clerk.
Valerie Fianaka? I don't have your card.
Valerie Fianaka for the record on item 8.
We are not on item 8, Ms. Fianaka.
It's
We're
not
on
consent? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was part of your.
No worries. Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Andriola, a second by Commissioner Garcia. Any question by on the motion by the board? Seeing none. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Chair Hill,
Yes.
Vice Chair Herman,
Yes.
Mike Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Andriola.
Yes.
That's 5-0.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. We will now move into our block vote, and I am looking to the Vice Chair Herman, to help us with that.
And I have it hidden under here. We took 9 and 10 off, and 14 needed a explanation.
So you want to
So
take that
that's-
off block too?
Yeah,
Okay.
11, 12, and 13.
11, 12, and 13 for the block. Is that in the form of a motion, Vice Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, looking for a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. A motion and a second on 11, 12, and 13. Any questions from the board on that? Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Not on any of those items.
Okay, do you mind helping us with a roll call vote?
Yes. Chair Hill,
Yes.
Vice Chair Herman,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Andriola.
Yes.
That's unanimous 5-0.
Thank you. We will now move into item 8, Mr. Manager.
Item 8 is a discussion and possible direction to staff regarding the potential disposition of 10 Kerman Avenue, assessors parcel number 012-150-12, a property previously identified as surplus to Washoe County needs at the Board of County Commissioners meeting on August 22nd, 2023. Options for disposition may include sale of the property as prescribed in Nevada Revised Statutes, Chapter 244, after obtaining an appraisal as follows. Number 1, sale at auction for no less than appraised fair market value. Appraised fair market value is estimated to be $1.5 million, subject to formal appraisal. Or 2, sale by direct negotiation with a potential buyer for economic development purposes after adoption of a resolution finding that it is the best interest of the public to sell the property without offering the property to the public and potentially for less than fair market value.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Solero.
Good morning. For the record, Dave Solaro, Assistant County Manager. As the manager stated, you'll recall in August of 2023, I came to the board to provide a fairly comprehensive overview of the Washoe County Property Program, which included a list of properties that will be soon considered surplus to the county's needs. The Northern Nevada Public Health District is currently utilizing the 10 Kerman property for the TB clinic, and that clinic is currently under design to be placed in a new facility at the West Hills facility. That property should be available and ready for Northern Nevada Public Health to move into early 2026. And so I wanted to bring back to this board direction to provide an item for you to provide me direction on what to do with the 10 Kerman property. In December of 2023, we received an offer from Renown Health for a certain amount of money. And this board needs to make a determination for staff so that we can determine what the best process is to follow in state law for the sale of that property. So as the manager mentioned, there are two options for you. You can direct us to go ahead and do a full appraisal and auction the property to the highest bidder for no less than appraised value. Or there's a statute that allows for disposition in the public interests for economic development.
That, we want to be financially responsible and get the most money for it, but it's something that it's going to take some decision. I'd like to hear from the rest of the board.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you. Mr. Slur, may I ask Mr. Slur a question?
Come on up.
I obviously looked at it and I wonder if there was consideration given of actually getting an appraisal and then looking at what the possibility might be. I realize that statutorily there's an opportunity to offer Renown an opportunity who serves our community But I wonder if there's a way that we could somehow really negotiate this, and not just look at, I don't know where the 450,000 arrived from, so just wondered if you could speak to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Either way, Washoe County will need to get a new appraisal on the facility. We've had two appraisals done over the years. One in 2017, and the appraised value was $1.1 million. One as well in 2021, $1.5 million. We need to be within 6 months of the sale of the property with a valid appraisal. So we would have to do that in either case. The dollar figure is actually $420,000 has been offered by Renown to the county because they've got a need for the property. They have identified within their master planning that they could utilize the property. They, however, would not utilize it in the current configuration that it is. So they've said that that this is really their offer to us, less basically appraised value, less the cost of demolition of the existing property building that's there. So that's what we have in front of it. The board can request that we go negotiate. Lots of different ways to do it. There's two paths within state law. I just need to know which lane to go down.
Thanks. That's really helpful. I'm just wondering if there isn't an opportunity. I realize that there's infrastructure costs that Renown will have to bear, but at the same time, I wonder if there's an opportunity to negotiate. So I am leaning in that regard, and looking at maybe even seeing what the cost is that Renown wants to expend compared to the amount that the appraisal came in at, and seeing what that looks like, just to have better data to be able to make a decision, or at least have you all evaluate that. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Andreola. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. I saw the two appraisals done in 2017, 2021. Who did those appraisals? Do you know?
For the record, Dave Solaro, Assistant County Manager, those appraisals were both done by Anthony Wren. At the time, that was the only appraiser that we had on our approved appraisal list.
Okay. And I know it's really difficult to see from a one-page proposal that we got from Renown. The $420 or $20,000 offer listed on bullet 3. Do you know how that figure came about?
I do not. I just have the one attachment that was attached to the staff report, which is the letter from Renown. Essentially, it just says that that the building is not usable to provide their medical services. They would offer $420,000, which is the value of the land, less the estimated cost to demolish the building. So,
And then it's also difficult to figure out what plans or vision they have for this parcel. Has Renown communicated any of that to you?
Not to me directly. No, I have not seen any of those plans.
That said, Madam Chair, I recognize Renown as an incredible partner in our community, and I'm more than happy to support and lend a hand if there's plans for this parcel that are going to lend to, for example, childcare in the region, or if there's something that is going to meet a mutually beneficial need to help come to an agreeable, rate. This is a valuable piece of land. I saw 420 and I was seemed low to me. So my inclination would be, without a lot of conversation or discussion or data, I would really like to give direction to staff to negotiate a reasonable price that is mutually beneficial between the county and Renown.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've long been a proponent of getting rid of this white elephant, but that doesn't mean give it away. And honestly, I'm a little disappointed that the staff didn't bring this to us with an appraisal in hand. This is putting the cart in front of the horse here. We need to get some information. You did give a correct statement that appraisals need to be within 6 months, and these are a long ways out of date. There's no shelf life whatsoever on a property that was appraised in 2017. Doesn't mean anything. And then I look at the fact of how Renown is negotiating this. What if I went to a car dealer right now and I said, the car's $10,000, but I'm going to have to paint it because I don't like the color, and that's going to be $3,000. And I don't like the tires, so I'm going to have to do this. So I want you to reduce the price again. I mean, this is illogical way to negotiate. The value is what the value is. If they want to scrape it when they own it, that's their business. It's not our business. We're not here to finance their future project plans. And so I think we need to get an appraisal done on it. I'd like to sell it to them. If they want to buy it, it makes a logical decision, but that doesn't mean we have to donate it to them unless the flavor of what the board wants to do. So let's treat this in a logical business way that people handle real estate sales in the world that I live in. And that's you get an appraisal, you price the property, and you offer it for sale. And that's the way it should be done instead of, well, if they're going to do this or they're going to do that. That's their business. Once they own it, we don't care. That's what they want to do. But for them to negotiate and ask us to give the reduction based on their future plans, I don't see anybody who negotiates that way. By the way, I got a call from a representative from Renown, and I thought I was talking to a timeshare salesperson. The gal started grinding me like nobody's business on what the property's worth. And the only question I had for her is, do you have a recent appraisal? And the answer was no, but then went on and gave me all kinds of reasons why they should have it. Well, maybe they should have it, but let's treat it like a real business decision on the part of the county. The county is talking about the reduction in C-tax, and this is diminished and that's diminished, and yet we turn right around and want to give something away. I'm with Ms. Fiannaca. If they want to pay $420,000, well, I'll offer them $421,000. So let's have an auction, get it sold. Maybe Valerie wants to put a nice floral shop right there on the corner. Wouldn't that be great, right next to a hospital selling flowers? I think that could make some money over there. Anyhow, let's look at this as a business decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think I'm talking to the clerk, and it seems like we have another public commenter, but just to round out the comments from the board, I'm with Commissioner Garcia and Vice Chair Herman. I would like to see that we work directly with Renown and negotiate a price and bring that back to the board. So now, and did you say that same thing, Commissioner Andriola? Sorry. And Commissioner Andriola, I apologize. You're doing great. So, Madam Clerk, our final public commenter on item 8.
Brian Erting.
Good morning, Brian Erling with Renown. Thank you. Just wanted to be available to answer any questions. So when Renown saw that this parcel was listed as surplus by the county, we took an interest. We independently got our own fair market valuation of the property, which is where the offer price came from. So we had 3 valuations done. We threw out the lowest. We took the next low and the high, averaged them, and removed the demolition cost. We do believe that there is challenges in finding a fair market valuation for the building itself. It's 60 plus years old. It's been used as a TB clinic. It's been used as a morgue and a coroner's office. It's full of asbestos. We do not feel that there is we do not have the ability to offer healthcare services in the building as it is, but we do believe that healthcare services are important on that parcel. And it's also important to us exactly what type of healthcare services are offered. That's directly across the street from our pediatrics clinic. And we think it's important that we have the property and be able to invest in it. I'd love to be able to answer some questions. We do not want to get some special deal, but we did our math and made an offer, which we thought would start the conversation.
We can't technically do questions, but we really appreciate you coming here today and giving us Renown's perspective, and we'll continue to have our discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alexis.
Okay. With that, is there any other board members who are looking to make comments or have questions for staff? It seems like we've kind of come to some sort of a resolution on this. I'm looking for a motion if not.
Madam Chair, I move that we give direction to staff to negotiate a price with Renown.
Thank you very much.
A second.
Thank you. With a motion and a second, any questions on that motion from the board?
Perhaps we could get a new estimate appraisal.
And we will as part of the
Mhm.
process,
Okay.
absolutely. Okay. With that, we will do a roll call vote. Madam Clerk?
Chair Hill,
Yes.
Vice Chair Herman,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Just want to make sure I heard that correctly. We are going to get a current appraisal.
the motion was to negotiate the price with Renown. And the process of that, clarified by Chair Hill, was to get an appraisal.
She clarified that. So in that case, I'll vote aye.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Andriola,
Yes.
that is a unanimous 5-0 vote, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the board. So just to keep folks on track on where we're at, I would ideally love to break this board as soon as possible for lunch, but I'd like to see if we can get through items 9, 10, and 14. We'll break for lunch for our 4 public hearings and come back. So folks who are paying attention to the agenda will try to get through 9, 10, and 14 before lunch. So Mr. Manager, we'll now move into item 9.
Item 9 is a recommendation to approve an agreement for services between Washoe County and H&K Architects for the Northern Nevada Public Health Tuberculosis Clinic project in the amount of $515,000, commencing on June 1st, 2024, for architectural and engineering design services necessary to support the project. These services include architecture and interior design, civil, mechanical, electrical, and structural engineering design, along with engineering bid support services and engineering construction administration. The TB clinic will be located at 1240 East 9th Street, and funding for the project comes from a State of Nevada Department of Health and Human Services grant with no match required.
Thank you very much. I'm looking to the board to see if folks have questions or comments on this item. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This came up one time in the past, and I'm not exactly 100% sure of my memory, but I asked the Health Department to share with us the number of TB cases that we had here in the county and the number of tests, and I'd like to get that back on the record, the number of actual cases of TB that we've had here in the last, I think I asked for the last 10 years. So is there anybody here from the Health Department can address that?
I'm not seeing anyone, Commissioner Clark. Do you know the answer to that? I don't know if there was a follow-up.
I think it was under 10 a year. I think it was less than that. I'm just trying to get, like to get that back on the public record before we vote on a TB clinic.
Okay. Vice Chair Herman, do you have anything?
Well, I'd like to have the same thing as he's looking for, just to be on the safe side.
So we'll get that information to the board for follow-up. Any other board members? Commissioner Garcia?
Madam Chair, just to clarify, I know some of my colleagues would like to perhaps push pause on this, but I don't see that is really appropriate, given that we need to provide this service. It's a public health concern, and it's something that we've had in our community, and it's grant funded, and we need to get going on this. And I'm scared that if we push pause or we vote this down, that we're going to impede that progress.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Andriola, do you have anything? No. Okay. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
There is none.
Okay. With that, if there's no other commissioner comments, I'm looking for a motion on item 9.
Madam Chair, I move to approve.
Thank you very much. Looking for a second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Any questions on that motion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say, oh, wait, I'm sorry. We're going to do a roll call vote. Madam Clerk?
Chair Hill,
Yes.
Vice Chair Herman,
No.
Mike Clark,
No.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Andriola.
Yes.
That's a 3-2 vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, with Vice Chair Herman and Commissioner Clark in opposition to the item. We will now move to item 10. Mr. Manager.
Item 10 is a recommendation to approve amendment number 6 to the contract currently awarded to Karma Box Project for operator of Safe Camp on the Nevada Cares campus, authorizing an increase in the amount of $1,224,448.50 for a total not to exceed $1,816,460 for the term of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, in support of the retention and recruitment of shelter staff and additional staffing needs at the Safe Camp. Approve amendment number 4 to the contract currently awarded to the Volunteers of America, Greater Sacramento and Northern Nevada, for operator of the emergency shelter on the Nevada Cares campus for a total, authorizing an increase in the amount of $569,112.30 for a total not to exceed $7,102,109 for the term of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, in support of the retention and recruitment of shelter staff and additional staffing and operations needs to operate the Nevada Cares campus. And number 3, approve amendment number 9 to the contract currently awarded to Reno Initiative for Shelter and Equality, RISE, for operator of Our Place Women and Family Shelter on the Our Place campus, authorizing an increase in the amount of $328,736 for a total not to exceed $3,086,049 for the term of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, in support of the retention and recruitment of shelter staff and additional staffing needs in the Our Place campus. Number 4, authorize purchasing and contracts manager to execute the amendments.
Thank you very much. It looks like we have public comment on this item, but if commissioners have questions for staff before we bring up public comment, please let me know. I'm not seeing anyone jumping up and down, so we will now move into public comment. Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Travis Sandifer, followed by Matthew Grimsley.
Morning, Commissioners. Travis Sandifer. I'm the Regional Vice President for Volunteers of America in Northern Nevada. As some of you might know, I started my journey as a volunteer with Scott, actually back in the mailroom in 2018 over on Record Street. And what hooked me were the staff and the participants at Record Street. It turned a lot of my ideas upside down. It was an amazing, impactful experience. And I've been on staff now for about a year. And since I've been on staff, I've seen some of the most remarkable instances of staff showing compassion and care. I've watched them as they've literally helped people off the floor at their lowest moments and given them dignity and respect. And so I appreciate you considering item 10 today. Thank you for showing an interest in this topic across the spectrum. The worst thing in the face of suffering is indifference. So thank you for engaging in it with us. And when winter hit this last year, our staff just jumped to it. The first thing they said to me is, what do you need to get done when we asked to open up more beds? The staff over at RISE did the same thing. No questions asked. What do you need for us to get this done? It's a challenging job, and I appreciate you recognizing that by entertaining this cost of living adjustment for those folks. Many of these people, and you heard that from one of our staff members this morning, live paycheck to paycheck. Many of them, and this is what sucked me into the organization, many of them have lived experience themselves. They get it. Life is fragile. And so today it would be a meaningful gesture in support of their efforts. So thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Matthew Grimsley, followed by Penny Brock. Matthew Grimsley. Penny Brock, followed by Cody Marriott.
Penny Brock for the record. So I'm here to address the Karma Box contract. I poured over the staff report. I poured over the existing contract. Whatever else there was, I poured over it. I don't understand why this contract is going from $552,000 to over $1.7 million. I don't understand why they're going to oversee the new center on the CARES campus. It looks like I thought that was part of the CARES campus operation. And yet they're going to staff that new resource center. I don't understand that. On top of that, they're going to get I think it's 5% cost of living increase. My work in negotiations is that would include your cost of living increase. So I don't understand why they're not only going to get that increase in the contract, but also 5% on top of it. And then I'd like to know, what is that administrative fee for of 10%? What is that for? Why are we, the taxpayer, having to pay that also? So in light of the allegations that were made during the public comment time, I would ask that you pull this contract until things can be resolved with Karma Box. Thank you.
Thank you. Cody Marriott, followed by Janet Butcher.
Good afternoon. My name is Cody Marriott. I work with Silver State Law. Me and my law firm represent Mr. Denton. As commissioners are aware, there were some certain allegations made earlier today, which we're going to just briefly respond to. We're not here to litigate the matter. We're not here to shut any conversations down on it. We welcome an investigation to clear Mr. Denton's name and absolve his reputation on the matter. And in the interim, we just remind you all that Karma Box does good work in the community, and these allegations against Mr. Denton are against him, not the organization, and the money should proceed to Karma Box. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet Butcher.
Janet Butcher for the record. Please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. This is, I'm kind of, when the former speaker brought up the amount difference, the huge amount difference in new contract, I would say that part of that has to do with, we keep hearing that the homelessness has decreased, but it hasn't. We know that. We drive down the streets, we see it. There just seems to be a lot and a lot of money. But I will kind of connect something when it comes to salaries, because I feel for these people who aren't getting the type of money that they need. We give what was it, a $30,000, $40,000 bonus to someone who makes as much money as the President of the United States or close to it. And then another employee in the county gets an $80,000 increase in their salary. There's an off balance here, folks. I ran into a gentleman yesterday who was homeless, and he said he came from Idaho, and he was like appalled at some of the salaries here. I do have to say, I also agree with the former speaker about pulling this investigation. We all know that sometimes if people report something to the police, it isn't taken care of. And if you are someone who has been abused and you're ignored, I have a family member who has been, who was kidnapped in downtown Reno, and nothing came of it. In fact, we were chastised for trying to locate her while she was being held captive. So I feel that it should be, until it's investigated, until everything's cleared. I don't know who's right or wrong, but until it's cleared, it should be not voted on. It should be pulled. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will go down the line for Commissioner comments. Vice Chair Herman.
I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Andriola.
May I ask Ms. Canderas a question?
Of course.
In terms of the allegations that we heard today, and it appears based on your earlier comment that there is some awareness and that it will be investigated. And I think Mr. Marriott stated that, you know, the money essentially, the investigation would be against an individual, not against the organization that is made up more than the individual. So my question is, what, is there any legality in terms of moving forward with this pending allegations that alleged to be of grave concern?
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. At this time, from what I understand from reviewing the contract, it is to the karma box. It is not directly to the person who has been the subject of allegations. So to my looking at it legally, there's nothing that prevents you from moving forward. Though any allegations, any investigation, whether it be by the county or law enforcement, would be separate and apart from this contract. And if it was found that the person was not able to work for Karma Box, I suppose that might be a possible outcome. That's not just a speculation, but that's just showing you how it's independent. So there's no legal reason why you can't move forward today just because of the existence of allocations. Again, they haven't been, I don't even know what they all are, but they haven't been investigated, and everyone's entitled to have the investigation from both sides. So, but like I said, I think that's in a different category. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to be clear, the funding is not only Karma Box, there are other entities that are part of this item. And so technically an investigation would be requested outside of this agenda item.
You can conduct an investigation outside this item, and it would in fact be conducted, but you're actually being asked to approve 3 separate contracts.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Garcia.
Well, what a curveball today. Okay. To acknowledge that curveballs do happen in here, and it's difficult to wrap your brain around different things and try to be sensitive to the voices of some and so on and so forth. I just will say that the separate and independent nature of this contract was very helpful. Thank you, Ms. Canderas. I don't want to lose sight of the work that is being done and the larger picture. And despite what was said here today, the reality is that these organizations, Volunteers of America, RISE, and Karma Box, have all greatly contributed to the betterment and the wellness of our community. And it hasn't been an easy task to tackle this as a region and come together, all the jurisdictions. And I know from experience in talking to other legislators who have traveled to our region from other parts of the state, the one thing that always rises to the top in the way that we conduct business here in Northern Nevada, particularly Washoe County, is that we can come together and solve solutions together. And what other legislators have said, Commissioner Chair Hill heard this as well, is that we want our nonprofit operators to be able to help carry this torch. The county can't do everything for everyone, and we rely heavily on these individuals and organizations. And so with that, this item, these 3 contracts are for specifically the retention and recruitment of these organizations to stay healthy, to stay operational, so that we can continue to do this work. So I don't want to minimize what was said here today, but I do know that we're here to do a job and vote on these difficult things. So I just wanted to do both, acknowledge the importance of both. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to note that we've got three separate entities, three contracts in one agenda item. I don't think that's a good way to do business. I think that they should have all stood on their own. I think if there's any cloud of whatever accusations, I think we should be able to look at that, put this on hold until we can get to the bottom of it. I don't know if anybody's innocent of this. I don't know if anybody's guilty. I don't have a side to pick here. The side that I pick are the citizens of this county, and the citizens of the county deserve the very best they can get for their funds. And if there's a cloud hanging over this, we should expose it and take a look at it and have an independent investigation done as soon as possible. There's just a few people involved in this and shouldn't take long to have an investigation. So I'd like to pull this whole item, bring the other two items back separately, and let us vote on those items and let this item be resolved before we make a decision. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I am in support of moving forward with item 10 and supporting the incredible work of these nonprofit partners who are helping us in our emergency shelters and getting people housed. So with that, I am looking for a motion from the board. Commissioner Garcia?
Madam Chair, may I make another comment, please?
Yes, after the motion is made. Commissioner Garcia?
Madam Chair, I move to approve amendments 6, 4, and 9 in the contracts outlined in the staff reports.
Okay, looking for a second. I will second it. Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, my comment was in the future, let's just take this whole day out of the equation. In the future, can we have these items separate so we can look at each item on its own basis versus lumping these items together? It just it makes sense to look at each and every item as an individual item rather than commingling these items. That's my request. Thank you.
I hear you loud and clear, Commissioner Clark, but we are trying to treat all of these nonprofit partners the same and give them the same thing. And that was one of the issues that happened when we started with these programs, is that one organization was getting more funding than the other organization. So we're trying to make it equal and have the board make a decision for all the organizations who support these incredible efforts. So with a motion and a second, Madam Clerk, will you please do the roll call vote?
This was a motion to approve the contracts. Chair Hill?
Yes.
Aye. Vice Chair Herman?
She said aye.
Aye. Commissioner Clark?
No.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Andriola?
Yes.
Okay, that's a 4-1 vote.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With Commissioner Clark in the opposition, we will now move to item 14. Mr. Manager.
Item 14 is a recommendation to approve the reimbursement of costs to Washoe County by the Nevada Secretary of State's Office for expenses related to the purchase of a Blue Crest Inc. Vantage letter and flats mail sorter solution related to the implementation of Assembly Bill 321, which was passed in 2021, in an amount not to exceed $586,077, with the Registrar of Voters FY24 budget contribution of $4,563, as approved by the Interim Finance Committee of the Nevada State Legislature. If approved, direct the Comptroller's Department to make the necessary budget amendments and authorize the Registrar of Voters to execute the purchase.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And looking to the board to see if there are particular questions on item 14. Vice Chair Herman?
Was this actually necessary? Was it needed? Was it a replacement or?
Yes, sorry, Carrie Ann Burgess, Interim Registrar of Voters. Yes, it is actually necessary. Our current ballot sorter keeps breaking down. Actually, it's broken down 3 times since Friday. And we actually had to call our company in to help fix it over the weekend. The other part is that we are going to be going with the VREM system, the top-down voter registration system. This current ballot sorter will not be compatible with the new system. This is on Windows 7, and our new system is going to be on Windows 11. And so they're not compatible. It won't be able to speak to one another for our voter registration system. This is the one that will be compatible. And we went with Blue Crest because, one, we already have them. We have a service contract with them that will continue with the new ballot sorter. And they're already working with Total Vote in order to make sure that it's compatible with the new system.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Andriola.
I actually had a conversation with the Secretary of State about this, and so thanks for just clarifying everything he said. It's really quite interesting to know the legacy systems that are in place, and really, it's like riding a bike without a seat. I mean,
That's falling
it is, the fact that the legislature at least put in the necessary funding to help counties, and it's not just Washoe County that's being helped, is really important. But I do have a question in terms of, there's been comments over time about connecting to the internet and being able to tap in, from the back door through, URL access or other access. And I'm just wondering how this may factor into those concerns.
It does not. Just like our current system, it's on a closed server. So everything is on a closed server. It's 100% in-house. It's all in our back room, actually. So there's no cloud-based anything. It's all right here.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more? What kind of time savings are you looking at, just out of curiosity? Because this will be time savings, not only in terms of avoiding the breakdown, which is not good, but just in terms of the new equipment and the expeditiousness of that implementation of new technology.
Well, we run about 1,500 ballots in about 30 minutes.
Okay.
And the new one's going to be able to double to almost triple that.
Okay.
So it all kind of goes on how fast we can actually load the machine, of how fast it's going to sort. So it's going to be a lot nicer and a lot faster.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Okay, Commissioner Clark.
No comment. Thank you.
All right. And it looks like from our clerk, we have some public comment. Thank you, Ms. Burgess.
Thank you. First up, we have Marie Rodriguez, followed by Janet Butcher.
Marie Rodriguez for the record. I just want to say real quick that I got here about a half hour late after y'all started. And for all those complaints about the room, I had no trouble finding a seat, and I've been very comfortable since arriving here. So I did not mind the venue change. I'm just very briefly want to say that I am in favor of this. I volunteer a lot during election time, and in fact, before getting here, part of the reason I was late is because I was helping one of our local candidates knock on doors. And some of our people in the area had already told me how they had already voted, how they got their ballot without any problem. And so I think the mail-in ballots process is very, very helpful. I've been using it since it started. Anyway, that's pretty much all I want to say, that I'm in favor of this. And I just want to say that thank you for all the hard work you do for Washoe County. As I've mentioned before, when being here, I am a public employee, and I've seen the wonderful work, the results of all your hard work. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher. And as she approaches, I do have one email that was received. I'll place on the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Janet Butcher for the record. Earlier, Mr. Nellis talked about how it could be done. We could save a lot of money in this county if we did precinct level voting, hand counts. Could save a lot of money. And it can be done at the county level. So I do understand about legacy systems and things not connecting. There is a way to make things connect. Believe me, I know. But it kind of comes back to, I listened to the Secretary of State in December talk about this new, I think it's called VERM, VERM, or anyway, at the time I asked a question about, was there going to be any scope creep? And they said no. Later on, I found out that it originally was slated to go in 2026. So how do you take a system that is supposed to go in 2026 and make it go in 2024? That's a pretty hefty thing. And of all things, it's a presidential election year. Oh, there certainly couldn't be any issues at all. Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other board comments or questions on this item? I'm not seeing any. With that, I am looking for a motion.
Madam
Commissioner
Chair,
Garcia.
oh, thank you. Madam Chair, I move to approve the reimbursement of costs as outlined in the staff report.
Thank you very much. And
I'll
Commissioner
second.
Andriola, thank you. Any questions on the motion from the board? Seeing none, I'm looking for a roll call vote. Madam Clerk?
Chair Hill,
Yes.
Vice Chair Herman,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Andriola.
Yes.
That is a 5-0 unanimous vote to approve.
Thank you very much. We have 4 public hearings that we will hear this afternoon. We are going to take a half-hour lunch break. We will be back at 1:30. Looking forward to seeing everyone very soon. Bye-bye. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I will call this May 28th Board of County Commissioners meeting back to order. It is 1:33, and we will move forward with the public hearing portion of our agenda. And we will start with item 15. And Mr. Manager, if you can help us read this into the record.
All right. Item 15 is a public hearing appeal of the Washoe County Parcel Map Review Committee's approval of tentative parcel map case number WTPM 23-0015 for the division of a 5-acre parcel into two parcels of 4.99 acres and 0.001 acres, 480 square feet. The 480 square foot parcel is for public utility purposes and will be dedicated to Washoe County for the purposes of constructing a sewer lift station. The applicant is Harry Fry, who owns the subject parcel located at 1221 Chance Lane, Reno, Nevada, assessors parcel number 017-410-69. The appellant is Richard Blake, who owns 175 Cedar Lane in Reno, Nevada. The Board of County Commissioners shall consider the appeal based on the record or appeal and any additional evidence presented at the board's public hearing. The Board of County Commissioners may affirm, reverse, or modify the Parcel Map Review Committee's decision to approve tentative parcel map case number WTMP 23-15 or remand the matter to the Parcel Map Review Committee with instructions. The board's analysis may also include a finding on whether the appellant has standing to challenge the Parcel Map Review Committee decision.
Thank you very much, Manager Brown. And I know that the appellant has asked for this item to be tabled today because they could not make it to the meeting. And DA Canderas, can you outline to us what that would mean if the board chose to do that? And any concerns or, thoughts that you have on that action that's being requested today?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at NRS 278.3195, which states that in subsection 2, there's that we adopted an ordinance that sets forth an appeal time, the procedures, that a governing body must affirm, deny, or reverse a decision within 60 days. So statutorily, it looks like there's a requirement to act within 60 days. However, I'm informed by David Solero, our Assistant County Manager, that in the past, the board has allowed for continuances to occur, and I don't think there won't be a legal, it doesn't automatically make the appeal valid or invalid if you were to continue it. So I would say you can continue it, but I also know that it's important that a lot of people came here today to be heard and took time out of their day. So I think it's up to the board to really decide if they want to hear it today. I guess you could hear everything and then continue the decision again. But when we're dealing in court, which obviously is different than a meeting, an appellant typically needs to be present for hearings or they waive their appeal. And I'm not suggesting that should be the what happens here, because obviously people have things that come up. But like I said, I think you've got the interest of the property owner, the interest of the public also to consider. So
thank you for that. And I did try to call the appellant this morning and offer a Zoom option. And I know that our tech folks have sent that to the email that I think is associated with the appellant. So I'm not sure. Josh, is anyone up on Zoom? Okay. Then I'm looking to hear from the board their thoughts on this matter, and we can also ask for a staff presentation and make a decision from there. So Vice Chair Herman?
I think we could, in fairness, I mean, we don't know why he couldn't be here or?
No, he did not give an explanation in his email. He just said he could not make it. And so that gives me a concern as well, that there was no explanation for the board as well. But go on, Vice Chair.
I would, in the absence of information, more information than that, I would hate to not just continue it.
Okay.
I think continuing it would be my advice.
All right, Commissioner Andriola.
I think one of the explanations was a family first without any detail. So it may have been a family reason for not being able to make it, but I don't know how many people are here with, you know, the intent of proceeding. I think having a staff presentation would be helpful, and I think hearing from the people who have been waiting, some have been waiting for a little bit.
Absolutely.
It's helpful.
Okay, thank you for that. And I see from the clerk, we have 8 public commenters. So there are people who are here for this matter. Commissioner Garcia?
I agree with Commissioner Andriola.
Okay, and Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got several calls over the weekend about this, and sounds like a family emergency turned into a family tragedy. So I don't think they're just trying to stall. So just want to get that on the record. Next, I think it's important that all parties be present. So I would be receptive to moving this to a later date. I know there are people here in the audience, but if the tables were turned and the other side had an emergency, we'd probably offer them the same amount of respect. So that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you. And I am with Commissioner Andriola and Commissioner Garcia. I'd like to hear staff presentation and the public comment and make a decision from there. So looking to the staff to see if there's a staff presentation for us today.
All right, can everyone hear me okay? All right, perfect. Tim Evans, planner. So I'm the planner that processed this project through the Parcel Map Review Committee. And so before you today is the appeal for the tentative parcel map, specifically case number WTPM 23-0015 for the Pleasant Valley Lift Station. Okay, so on March 14th, 2024, the Parcel Map Review Committee followed the staff's recommendation and approved the parcel map waiver. And subsequently, on March 29th, 2024, a corrected appeal form was resubmitted due to an incomplete submission on March 22nd, 2024. The reasons alleged by the appellant for the appeal are due to increased traffic on the road serving the 8 parcels, which I'll get to in a little bit, the possibility of another future subdivision, and the parcels of Pleasant Valley Ranch being able to be served by septic systems, so the creation of a lift station is unnecessary in their eyes. So the request that went before the Parcel Map Review Committee, to give you all what the original request was. So the original request was a tentative parcel map waiver that was dividing a 5-acre parcel into 2 parcels of 4.99 acres and a 480 square foot parcel, fairly small parcel. The 480 square foot parcel is for public utility purposes to serve a previously approved subdivision and will be dedicated to Washoe County for the purposes of operating the sewer lift station. So to give some background about the parcel itself, so the parcel is 5 acres and it is located at 1221 Chance Lane. And the parcels surrounding this parcel are similarly developed with single-family dwellings and accessory structures. It's located within the South Valley's area plan. And the property has 3 primary zonings, which are medium-density rural, medium-density suburban, and low-density suburban. So to go in a little bit deeper on the actual subdivisions that were created previous to this one that you were looking at today, or not subdivision, but parcels. So on January 14th, 2021, the Parcel Map Review Committee approved WTPM 20-0014 and -0015 for the division of 2 20-acre parcels into 8 5-acre parcels. After approval of the Parcel Map Review Committee, by the Parcel Map Review Committee, the applicant, Harry Fry, initiated discussions with Washoe County Engineering about obtaining sewer service for 8 parcels instead of having septic systems. The lift station is needed as a collection point to pump the sewage and wastewater from the lower elevation where the parcels are, the 8 parcels previously approved, to the higher elevation where there's a manhole that is connected to the county's water reclamation facility. The reasoning behind the actual lift station is that after the applicant had discussions with Harry Fry had discussions with the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, he was informed that that area has poor groundwater. And so the reasoning to have sewer as opposed to septic systems is to help improve or not make the groundwater issues any worse than they currently are. And so the end goal of the parcel creation, this 480 square foot parcel, is to have it dedicated to Washoe County for operation as opposed to having an easement. And so to go into the sizing of the lift station, there was a lot of concern with sizing of the lift station that's proposed. So after talking to engineering and the applicant, so the sizing of the lift station is going to accommodate the 8 parcels that are there, as well as any parcels in that area that may have failing septic systems. So that way, you know, if someone wanted to, they could potentially connect. One thing that was made clear to me from the engineering department is that it's unlikely that there would be any additional subdivisions potentially in the future that would be able to connect. And so an important point to note is that Harry Fry will be responsible, if this goes through, to construct the lift station and to also have he also has to pay for the costs of the lift station as well. And it has to meet Washoe County engineering specifications. So here is the site plan for the proposed project. And you can see in the upper left, you can't really see the highlighting on this screen here, but it is highlighted to some degree, very little. But it's in the upper left corner of the page or on that parcel, that 5-acre parcel there. And that's that 480 square foot parcel that's being proposed for utility purposes. So to give some background in relation to the Washoe County Code for this 480 square foot parcel, this is a fairly small parcel that's being proposed. The subject 5-acre parcel that will be split into the 4.99 acres and the 480 square foot parcel has, as mentioned earlier, 3 regulatory zones: medium density rural, medium density suburban, and low density suburban. The proposed 480 square foot parcel will be located entirely within the MDS or medium density suburban zoning. The proposed parcel does not meet the minimum size and width requirements for the MDS zoning, but pursuant to Washoe County Code Section 110.404.10, reduction in size allows for a parcel to be created for a public agency that is smaller in size. And so this parcel, as mentioned earlier, the end result or end goal is to have it dedicated to Washoe County, so the parcel will be for a public agency in the end. So on March 14th, 2024, when the Parcel Map Review Committee reviewed the project, they were able to make all 8 required findings as set forth in Washoe County Code. And as you can see there on the screen, so it is recommended that the Board of County Commissioners review the whole of the record and consider the record and any testimony, materials, and evidence submitted at the board's public hearing today. The board may take one of the following actions. 1, deny the appeal and affirm the Parcel Map Review Committee's decision. Or 2, grant the appeal and reverse the Parcel Map Review Committee's decision. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Any board questions for staff or comments? Looking, not seeing anyone lean in. We do have a lot of public comment for this item, so we will move to public comment. Madam Clerk.
First up, we have James Ross, followed by Lori Smith.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is James Ross. I'm a resident of Steamboat Valley, have been for 40 years. If I was restricted to 30 seconds, I would say, be careful. Somebody's trying to pull wool over your eyes. You're not hearing the whole story. This has been going on since 2016. This application was brought to you years ago. It was denied. It was brought back to you. It was denied. Every time it's denied, the gentleman finds a new angle and he comes back and he tries again. I mean, that's it. It's wrong. I mean, if you read what was just put on the screen, there's no need for this, whatever they call it, the septic, the mechanical waste issue, because out there, 5-acre lots are on septic. I'm on septic. I've been on septic for 40 years. Everybody else is on septic. Why do you want to build this, Mr. Whoever? Oh, well, the truth of the matter is I want to build it because I've got other plans. Once I get this approved, we'll go on. There's a history out there of this happening. 25 years ago, it was an old farm, the Willamonte Ranch, was subdivided into 40-acre lots. And there it sat for 6 months. Couldn't do anything. And then they came back, not to you personally, but to this commission, I'm sure, and got it subdivided into 10-acre lots. It's Mickey Mouse. Honesty should be the one requisite that you make of anybody that stands in front of you. Tell me the truth. Tell me what you're really up to. And if you got this chap up here and put him under oath, you would find there's a lot of devious plans in the back of his mind. And I really, really appreciate it if this group, commissioners, would look at this very seriously. Otherwise, I'll invite you all out in 10 years' time when we've got a very different story than what you're being proposed today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lori Smith, followed by Carrie Ann, and I'm sorry I can't read your last name.
Hi, my name is Lori Smith, and I live on Rhodes Road in Steamboat Valley. I've lived there for 20 years now. My husband's been there about, 35 years, I believe. Anyway, I'm hoping that first you all received emails that were sent to you over the weekend. I know 3-day weekend, you may not have, maybe you got them, maybe you've read them, I don't know, but there's a lot of emails that have been sent regarding this project. It's going to be a big impact. It's only 480 square feet, I understand that, but it is a huge impact, not just a little tiny corner in one lot. During the parcel review committee meeting in March, it was a Zoom meeting, and there were a lot of comments called into that meeting. I don't know that they were really listened to. After everybody's comments, it was just like, okay, we're going to vote on this. Yes, 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 yes. Done. It's approved. No answers were given to all of the questions that were asked. There's 8 5-acre lots right now. Everybody else in the whole area is on septic tanks and wells. Why does he need to have a lift station? It is, again, as previously just said, it's a backdoor approach for this man to come into the valley, get this approved, take those lots, make lots of more homes. I know maybe it's money to the county, but it's not right that this happens. Currently, on this same property parcel that he wants to put the lift station, there is a structure there now. It is on a well and it's on a septic tank. He is also building a big house just north of this property, on the Washoe County parcel. If you look on for that parcel number, the house does not state whether it's going to be on a well, a septic tank, city water, or sewer. I mean, I'm not even sure how he got a building permit to have this house 60% built, and none of those are even identified on the website. Let's see. Oh, and I wanted to ask, have any of you even been out to the area to look at it? It would really be a good thing for you to do before you make any decisions. And I think either today you should postpone any decision on this until these questions are answered, or else, better yet, just deny this lift station today and put an end to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie Ann, followed by Jeff Fisher.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Ann Aceves, and I have lived in Pleasant Valley for 7 years today. I grew up on Toll Road, and I rode my horse from Toll Road to Chance Lane to Rhodes Road and then back over the hill again. This was a horse trail that is now a one-lane road. The only way to get into Pleasant Valley was death or divorce. And so I took my shot when my husband was deployed, much to his, he didn't want me to do that, but I did. Since I moved in, that was 7 years ago today, every year, this fierce group of neighbors has fought the county for something. We fought Tumwa, we fought building, we fought the water master. Every single year they fight. And so just real quick, in case you don't know, because I didn't know what a lift station were, it's used to move wastewater from lower to higher elevation, particularly where the elevation of a source is not sufficient for gravity flow and or the use of gravity conveyance will result in excessive excavation depths on high sewer construction costs. As Mr. Clark said with the Renown, we're putting the cart before the horse. Great, it's going to the county, but shouldn't we know what the cost is? And I will tell you that we fought 2 fires and 3 floods. In March 2023, the last flood that flooded 4 of my elderly neighbors that live up the street from me due to a private equestrian center built up the mountain that the hill ditch was impaired by the natural flow and flooded my elderly neighbors with no recourse or anything from the county. We fight to keep Pleasant Valley pleasant. We need the help of the county to help us do this. There are currently 1,242 private-owned horses that probably one of those horses is worth more than my house. We have 1 road in and 1 road out. 1 road is currently has a bridge that can't handle the amount of heavy construction. So in the 2 fires that I have lived through, I have 4 horses. I have to yield to these huge horses worth lots of money coming in and out. I just don't understand how you can take a valley that has been a simple valley for all these years and allow any type of sewer to go up a mountain when we flood on an average of every 3 years and it ends up in my neighbor's yard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Fisher, followed by Linda Fisher.
Rick Blake did have a major family emergency, just so that's real clear. Jeff Fisher, lived here for 35 years. The reason folks are upset out in Steamboat, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors going on with this. Like you heard before, that the house being built by the developer currently, when it was first permitted, did not have sewer or water identified. Nobody else can do that. What's going on there? We get to the lift station. The lift station does not financially plan out for 8 houses. That won't work for 8 houses. It's financially inappropriate. What's the long-term gain there? What's the more smoke and mirrors behind this? We talk about paving out there, building. NOAA just came out and ranked Reno 2nd in the country for increasing temperatures. NOAA, National Oceanographic. Reno has the highest, and all we're doing is creating more problems with that. I read all your bios. I read your mission statements when you were elected. It talked about standing up for the citizens. listening to your constituents. You all said, I want to spend tax money appropriately. There was nothing in there about, I want to back a developer who has the ears of the planning commission. You talked about not wanting to have smoke and mirrors, to be honest and open. That's not happening with this project. I'm opposed to it. I strongly recommend you either postpone it or you deny it in total. I was going to have everybody stand up that's here today, that's opposed to it. But we lost a lot of people over lunch. We lost them a lot early. I understand that. But I would like the people that are still here to stand up that are opposed to this so you can see that there is a group of people that understand Steamboat Valley is a prestigious, clean place. It's great for the city of Reno, for the county of Washoe to see that. And please, honor your mission. Honor what you said to the voters. Deny this. Thank you very much. I
Thank
do
you.
appreciate it.
Linda Fisher, followed by Penny Brock.
Hello, my name is Linda Fisher, and I am adamantly opposed to the lift station. I think there's several things that, kind of like my husband stated, it's a lot of smoke and mirror kind of action here. It just does not make sense. It doesn't make sense for the county. You say you want to spend our tax dollars efficiently. This is not an efficient way to spend our tax dollars. He's going to build the lift station. You guys are going to be responsible for it. You're also going to be responsible for all the road construction because right now you cannot get in there without some major road construction. The bridge has been down for 4 to 5 years. They say it's probably about $750,000 to repair that bridge, which we have been told over the last 4 to 5 years that Washoe County doesn't have that money. So how can something be approved that's going to put more wear and tear on that bridge without the county having money to repair it for the residents in this valley? And Chance Lane, literally, it's like they said, it is a 1-lane dirt road up there. And if they want to connect it with toll, roads cannot handle that. Half the time when we come home from something, we have to pull over to let maybe a horse trailer go by or maybe a big truck. 2 vehicles of any size cannot fit on Rhodes Road. So that would mean the county needs to be responsible for upgrading all the roads, making sure that fire and police can get in there, redoing Chance Lane, which is a dirt road. I don't know the easement issues on that. I can pretty much guarantee that this lift station isn't just for 8 homes. We have been on well and septic our entire time out there, and we are very happy with it. We do have the lift type of septic, which works perfect. There isn't a reason in the world why Mr. Fry could not put lift septic tanks on his property on those 8 homes and not increase the cost to the county. I mean, you guys are going to be maintaining this. You're going to be maintaining this, and you're going to be maintaining the road. And so, again, I hope that this is continued because I know a lot more people would like to have shown up. I know a lot of people send in emails, so I hope you have the opportunity to read those. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I called Penny Brock, but she has chosen to not speak on this item. So next up, we have Diane Berry, followed by Emerson Reed.
Hi, I'm Diane Berry, and I've lived on Rocky Vista Road for 27 years. Back in 2018, 2019, Harry Fry, owner of the 40-acre parcels where he's trying to put the lift station, tried to put in a housing tract for 58 houses. So, and that was denied twice. So he decided to change his routing and went with the 5-acre parcels. And like everybody else has said, this lift station is just a backdoor into trying to subdivide those 5-acre parcels and putting additional houses back in there. Since that time, Harry Fry has also purchased another 5-acre parcel, which is rumored to have that he wants to split into 10 half-acre parcels, which would be using that lift station to get rid of the waste. So like everybody said, this is a backdoor into putting more houses back there than just these 5-acre parcels. He's going to subdivide and subdivide until they're half-acre lots. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emerson Reed, followed by Janet Butcher.
Good afternoon. I'm Emerson Reed. I have lived on Rocky Vista Road since 1993. It is a one-lane dirt road. It is almost impassable in the snow in the wintertime and very muddy and very rocky, as per the name. Mr. Fry got denied previously because Roads Bridge could not support his heavy equipment necessary for doing his construction. So he has been using Rocky Vista as access to his properties. In the meantime, he's destroying our road and has no intentions of repairing or replacing our road due to the fact that it is all on private property easements. So he's just blowing through, and at the end of this project, he will shut it off. Road Bridge still broken after the last time, and Chance Lane is not really that pavable. It is, like they said, a one-lane road. And as a 20-year construction worker, I've seen things like this happen where a little bit's done here, a little bit's done there. Then eventually, you never know, all of a sudden, it's all done and it's not according to the plan that was originally proposed. So I would appreciate it if you guys would just deny this, and thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Ladina Brooke.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. I hope that you listen to the people that live out there. Unlikely that it would be rezoned is not a guarantee. I've seen it where in the parts of the county that I live in. So please don't Spanish Spring that valley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladina Brooke. While she's approaching, I do have 3 emails to place on the record.
Hi. I don't think I have anything new to say because we've talked about the access from Chance Lane through Rhodes Road, Chance Lane, and Rhodes Road having its bridge issue. I live on the corner of Rhodes Road and Chance Lane. I access my property from Chance Lane. You really should see it before you look into this any further. Like they said, it is a dirt road. But what I want to bring up about the smoke and mirrors is from what I've heard, these properties that Harry Fry has had addresses that were Rocky Vista, and he had them changed to Chance Lane, you know, just to be able to access from Chance Lane. So they were Rocky Vista properties that were accessed from Toll Road and then Rocky Vista. But now, you know, now that the addresses have changed to Chance, it just makes it so much more likely to access those properties from Chance Lane, which wasn't the original intent of those properties. Sorry, I had something else, but I think it escapes me. But I would just ask again that you just deny it. And of course, he still has access to build on 5-acre parcels, and you're not stopping his building of these 8 homes. You're just saying no to a lift station that opens the door to even more homes being built out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So typically we would open the floor to the applicant and the appellant. We don't have the appellant here today. I feel uncomfortable opening it to the applicant if that is the situation, and look to the DA on this for your advice.
I think if you're looking to continue this, I think that's appropriate. I don't think you need to hear from just one party. If you think you're ready to make a decision, then I would want you to hear from the applicant.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm looking to the board for your thoughts after hearing public comment and the staff presentation. Vice Chair Herman.
still, as I said before, continued.
Okay. Commissioner Andriola.
I think in the interest of, certainly all the folks that were here and some who couldn't stay and having, not everyone present, I'm for continuing.
Okay. Commissioner Garcia. Okay. And Commissioner Clark.
I think I made my comments at the beginning. I think that since the appellant isn't here, that we should continue this. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm looking for a motion to continue from the board.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. Any questions on the motion from the board? We will do a roll call vote.
Chair Hill,
Yes.
Vice Chair Herman,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Andriola,
Yes.
unanimous 5-0 to continue this meeting or this agenda item to a further meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now move on to our second public hearing. And Mr. Manager, if you could help us with that.
Item 16, public hearing about the appeal of the Washoe County Board of Adjustments approval of special use permit case number WSUP 23-0016 Sky Tavern Junior Ski Program expansion, which seeks an expansion of the Sky Tavern Junior Ski area, including a utility services use type for the installation of snowmaking infrastructure, including 1 million and 2 million gallon water storage tanks, approximately 1,100 linear feet of snowmaking water supply piping, and 2 well and pump houses, an expansion of the destination resort use type to expand site parking and lighting for the parking area and lighting for night skiing. Requests to vary certain standards of Washoe County Code Articles 204, 410, 412, 414, and associated major grading, including approximately 6,600 cubic yards of cut and fill and 6.1 acres of disturbed area. The appellant is the Mount Rose Bowl property owner's water company. The applicant is the Sky Tavern Junior Ski Area. The subject parcel is located off Nevada State Route 431, approximately 10 miles south of Reno on parcel APN 048-05003, has a master plan designation of rural and a regulatory zone designation of parks and recreation. The Board of County Commissioners shall consider the appeal based on the record on appeal and any additional evidence submitted at the board's public hearing. The board may affirm, modify, or reverse the Board of Adjustments decision.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And before we hear our staff presentation, I have a quick disclosure on this matter. I obtained a film permit earlier this year to film at Sky Tavern in a different capacity than my role as a county commissioner. I sought advice from the DA's office on whether I can vote on this item, and the DA's office said that they did not see a personal or pecuniary interest for me because anyone can obtain a film permit to be at this property. So I will be voting on this matter, but I wanted to disclose that for the record. So looking to the staff to do a brief presentation. Oh, and yes, Commissioner Andriola.
I have a disclosure as well, as I know some of the board members and some of the parties, and I have spoke with Ms. Canderas, and I too believe that there is anything that's preventing me from voting on this. Thank you.
Kat Oakley, Washoe County
Madam
Planning.
Chair, I need to make a disclosure as well.
Yes, Commissioner Clark.
My grandchildren will be attending Sky Tavern next year, so I'll just get that on the record that it won't affect my vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kat Oakley, Washoe County Planning. The case before you today is an appeal of one element of a larger SUP for an expansion to Sky Tavern Junior Ski Resort. So the special use permit has many elements and only one of them has been appealed, which is the approval of the lights for night skiing. The property is located off of Mount Rose Highway. It's surrounded on 2 sides by Bums Gulch Road and Sky Tavern Road with some residential properties there, and otherwise surrounded mostly by public land. The request, as I said, had many components. They include a utility services use type, which is for the installation of snowmaking infrastructure, repaving and lighting of the existing parking area, the addition of lighting for night skiing, which is the element that has been appealed, and then major grading to support that work. The property is about 143 acres. Like I said, some private residential lands on either side. There is one abutting commercial property as well that is adjoining Mount Rose Highway, and otherwise a lot of public lands in that area of Washoe County. The property has been an active ski resort since 1944 and was acquired by the city of Reno in 1968. As you all know, it currently operates as a nonprofit ski resort and is also a site of high school ski racing in the region. The Board of Adjustment reviewed this special use permit and approved all requests on April 4th of this year. The Mount Rose Bowl Property Owners Water Company filed an appeal on April 12th, 2024, and it is an association of adjoining property owners on Bums Gulch Road. The appeal only referenced the approval for lights for night skiing. So that is the only element of this approval from the Board of Adjustment that has been appealed. It references concerns regarding the impacts to dark night skies and also to the scenic value of the area. The appeal also alleges that documents presented at the neighborhood meeting were not consistent with the final proposal and that the noticing was insufficient, and that will be addressed later in the presentation. So the ski slope lighting that is proposed and is under appeal is approximately 77 lighting standards that are 35 feet tall, downcast on the some of the major ski runs at Sky Tavern. The originally proposed hours of operation were 6 to 10 p.m., mostly in winter, which would be December to April. The Board of Adjustment approved light operation until 9 p.m., and that adjustment was made during the hearing based on public input about concerns about the impacts of the lighting. There are no month or days per week restrictions on the lighting as it's currently approved. Here are some photos. They're a little hard to see on the screens here, but so the image on the left is a photo taken from Rattlesnake Mountain Trail. And what it shows, and it's clear in the staff report, is an actual picture of one of the lights that will be installed, a test light that was brought up to the top of Sky Tavern, put 35 feet in the air, and then they took pictures from various vantage points throughout Washoe County. So you can kind of see what at least one light actually on the ground would look like. And what it also shows, and is pointed out in the image, is there are some lights in this view shed. There are residences, there are cars on Mount Rose Highway, groomers on Mount Rose. And so there is some light, but of course the addition of lights for night skiing would be a significant increase. What's on the right is a photometric rendering of the lighting. And so you can see it would illuminate those couple runs that they're intending to light for night skiing. And so that kind of glow on the hillside would be visible from large parts of the county. The subject property is in a high scenic value area and in the community viewshed, which is just to say that it is visible from large parts of Reno, Sparks, and the unincorporated county. Like I said, there are some lights in the viewshed. This would be an increase. And so you can see it just indicated there on the map. In terms of the Washoe County Master Plan, there are 4 cross-cutting themes in Envision Washoe 2040. 2 of them are very relevant to this project. The first being the conservation of natural resources, which would include scenic resources. And then second, outdoor recreation and access. So this is a case where a proposal kind of has inverse impacts on 2 of those 4 themes. Of course, it would expand outdoor recreation and access and expand access for the population that Sky Tavern serves. But conversely, there would be a negative impact to a designated scenic resource, which is that Mount Rose Highway corridor. The Board of Adjustment determined that the lighting would provide a significant benefit to recreation and that the timing restrictions that they placed on the lights would limit the negative impacts to the designated scenic resource. And so because of that, they were able to make the finding of conformance with the master plan as was required of them to approve the special use permit. So a neighborhood meeting was held on May 16th of 2023. The noticing list for this meeting, as for all neighborhood meetings, was provided by county staff and complied with our noticing policies for neighborhood meetings, which is a minimum of 750 feet noticing radius or a minimum of 30 separate property owners. The intent of the neighborhood meeting process is to create public engagement earlier on in the design process. And so it's not unusual that the design that is at the neighborhood meeting would not be a perfect match for what gets submitted at the application stage. And in fact, that is part of the intent of that process, to get input earlier on so that designs can be adjusted where possible to meet the needs of the community. The appeal also alleges that the noticing was insufficient because not all impacted property owners received notices. Of course, a lot of people will be impacted in some capacity by this proposal just because of the visibility of the lights. However, the noticing met all legal requirements, which are outlined in state law, which are a minimum of 500-foot noticing radius and a minimum of 30 separate property owners. So all the noticing complied with our policies and with the applicable legal requirements. The Board of Adjustment made all 5 required findings, and the board has three potential options today. So first would be to affirm the decision of the Board of Adjustment and approve the special use permit as it was approved by that board. Second, to approve the special use permit with modifications to either the conditions, the plans, and so forth, or to reverse the decision of the Board of Adjustment, grant the appeal, and partially approve the special use permit, but deny the requests for the lighting, which is the element that was appealed. That will conclude my presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing, so we will first allow the appellants 10 minutes to speak. Are the appellants here? Okay, come on up.
Thanks for having me today. My name is Chris Minnis. I live adjacent to Sky Tavern, and I'm representing the Mount Rose Water Company right now. And I'm also a graduate of Sierra Nevada College with a degree in ski resort management. So I bring a little different of a aspect to the concerns as well. Does that clicker work? There we go. All right. So that's who we are. We're 14 properties on Bums Gulch. We span Bums Gulch Road, Old Mount Rose Highway. We live at around 8,000 feet or so, and we're composed of people who enjoy that kind of lifestyle, but we're also very well versed as to what it's like to live at that elevation in the Sierra Nevadas. We understand the snow, we understand the extreme weather, and as well traffic and things along those lines. Now, the goals of Sky Tavern is to service more kids. 3,700 kids or families were served last year, and 200 had to be turned away. The goals also are to increase the time for the race team. And my friend Pat Cashel mentioned this was the exact number. And so we need to figure out a way to service 200 plus more families as well as the race team. So that is our priority as well. We also want to see an increase in capacity for the junior ski program. And we also want to see our skiers maybe one day at the Olympics here from Reno. But we also have some other priorities too. We want to maintain the scenic byway rules. We want to maintain dark skies. We want to reduce the environmental impacts. We're concerned about the safety of our skiers, especially children skiing at night. And I'm going to get into more details on all of this, of course. Traffic accidents, we're very nervous about 16-year-olds coming down the hill at night in a snowstorm. And we like some more definition on operational days. And I want to say that we as a group have met with the senior management team at Sky Tavern. We spent about 3 hours chatting a few weeks ago. And it was a great conversation. I want to say we all want the same things in many ways, in most ways. And we're all friends, but we just have a little different idea of how to get there. And a lot of the concerns we brought up, including the big snowmaking system and moving of dirt, we actually were able to resolve all those miscommunications or understandings at that meeting. So it was really productive. The one thing we're pretty well stuck on is lighting. And that's what gets me to defining operational days. Right now, it's a very broad scope as it's written in the SUP. It really allows them to use the lights 365 days a year. It could be for concerts, events, any number of things. And at minimum, we'd like to see that defined. And they were in agreement with that too, that we could probably define those things. We also want to share there's one other item somewhat related on the permit. There's a road that's indicated. This road, and I'll get to that in detail. It's not actually, there's no road there. So we want to make sure that's done properly. All right, so Sky Tavern's solution to adding capacity is to spend $1.5 million on 77 light poles or 154 lights. We want to add another 26 lights in the parking lot, as well as 13 bullhorns in the parking lot. Now, some of our concerns. For one, it's a violation of existing programs, and you guys can read these, but these are your own bylaws, and they all pertain to visual quality. And what we really haven't seen is a real good study of what the impact will actually be. Now, we saw one light, a picture of one light, and how it compared. Now we're going to have 154 lights. That's going to be a very big difference. And in fact, those lights are going to be much stronger, much more powerful than you would see from an automobile. And again, I'll get into that earlier. So we really like to see these guidelines that were done with a lot of science and research put behind it maintained, or we'd like to see the same type of science go into understanding what the drawbacks of adding all this light is going to be. Maintaining dark skies. So obviously it's a big thing for Nevada. We just put out a license plate. Utah is trying to come at us as well, saying they have the darkest skies in America, and I think we can do better than them. Unfortunately, it doesn't come through very well, but I've also had a picture of the Northern Lights right over Sky Tavern the other day. So I want to get into the specifics of the lights. 154 lights, they're 40,000 lumens a light. Now, the average car is about 1,000 lumens. So these lights are 40 times brighter than a car. Another 20,000 lumen lights for the parking lot. And again, the 13 bullhorns. Now, what this means is this is the equivalent to having 6,666 cars parked on that mountain. 40,000 lumen lights versus 1,000 lumen car headlights. So when you saw that picture and the light was equivalent to a car, no, it's 40 times brighter. So it's going to look like a massive LA traffic jam up there is what it's going to look like. And the 200,000 residents in the valley will be able to see this. So we want to be clear that this isn't just impacting the neighbors. It's going to impact the view corridor for everyone who lives in the valley below us. And there's a number of other things that go along with that. Of course, astronomy, and that's why I had the Northern Lights photo there, which we would not have been able to see. Tourism, obviously, it's a big deal if we made a license plate out of it. Wildlife, human health, we have our circadian rhythms, and understanding that these lights, especially, we live up there, so we know if there's a little bit of overcast, the overcast creates a glow, an ambient glow. And again, something that's powerful, equivalent to 6,600 lights. Cars, you're going to have a glow like the traffic of LA, and that's not what we want to see. And of course, we're concerned about climate change. Those of us who live up there, we live up there because we enjoy the environment and we want to keep it that way. And Reno is now the fastest warming city in the country. We've had some concerns from the way we've seen Sky Tavern perform in the past. And we have some examples of basically, you can see this giant swath of slope torn away with minimum oversight. A lot of erosion occurred, as you can see again from these pictures. It's a chronicle of some of what my neighbors and I have observed over the years. And what we really want to see is the kind of oversight we'd expect from any corporation where this kind of thing isn't taking place. This is the headwaters of our drinking water. This is Browns Creek. This is Galena Creek that heads into Steamboat Creek. This is our drinking water. So let's do everything we can to make sure this is handled properly. One of my big concerns is what happens if a skier goes out of bounds at night. And I want to be really clear on what the geography looks like up there. I live there, I explore there, I ski, I enjoy all this. So if you look at this mountain, this is what our north view, we all love powder. You guys ski? You don't have to raise your hand, but I know most of you ski. And if you ski, you love the powder. And when you're a kid, getting drawn to that powder is a big thing. And maybe go a little out of bounds. If you go out of bounds here, you end up in Galena Creek Ravine. I don't know if you've been up there in a whiteout blizzard. I have all the time. And it would be one heck of a rescue situation trying to get someone out of that creek. Now the snow gets to depths of 20 to 30 feet. So now you're trying to get a child out of basically a crevasse. On the backside, we have avalanche terrain. Same thing. You see the trails right up to the avalanche terrain. You see the sign warning that it's avalanche terrain back there. So say they get back there and there's a slide again. We have a major, and all slides happen within or 50% of slides happen within 24 hours of the storm. They get back there. Now we're doing a search and rescue in a storm. If they do make it, now they're in the switchbacks of Mount Rose Highway with 20-foot banks, and they're walking down the road trying to get out of there somehow through the switchbacks. Not a great scenario as well. All right, the other side, that's actually my house. What I want to draw your eyes to is where the power line is entering my house. Now, normally that's 20 feet off the ground. If somebody ends up, well, they often end up skiing in our yard. It's no big deal. I enjoy them. I'll drive them back to the resort. But I don't want to see them clothesline by the main power to my house. All the houses have something similar to this. We have propane tanks, we have waterfalls, we have crevasses, we have down trees, all types of things that if children were in this area, it could be a tragic ending. And we don't want to see that either. And again, this mountain is shaped like a pyramid, so it's easy to go off of one of three sides if you're to not go straight down towards the base area. So some significant concerns about the safety here for the kids. Now, another safety issue. I don't think this video is going to play, but that's just a scene of me driving home in a storm. And I imagine, think of Star Wars. I think we've all driven through a blizzard before. I do it regularly. And what I really don't want is to see 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds driving in something like this at 9 and 10 at night. Absolutely, it's a concern for, of course, them and those of us who are traveling up and down the road. Another big issue, now this is my ski resort management background, is rye mice. We're about to spend or potentially spend $1.5 million on a lighting system. There's your lights. That's what rye mice looks like. It destroys anything, especially the LED bulbs, once it gets on it. And I put a list of some of there's some in the Tahoe Basin. Wasn't me.
Your time, just if you could.
Oh, is
wrap
that
up,
okay?
if
Sorry.
you could.
I wish there was a clicker. Sorry. All right. So obviously it hasn't worked at anywhere in Tahoe. So they've shut it down for these types of reasons. Come on, click for me. So we've come up with some solutions for them. I'm not going to create all these problems and not provide a solution. So as we said, 3,700 families were served, 200 need to be added. That's a 5.4% increase. We can do this by increasing the capacity in the parking lot. As you can see, there's a bunch of junk there. That bus is full of old rental equipment. It doesn't move. Easily get 24 spaces there. There's 12.5% increase. We've already doubled it. Parking solutions, we can start rather than, Bill from up there told us a lot of families go up and they're taking 2 cars just to pick up one child. So we can limit 1 parking pass per family. If we would want a second car, then let's charge for it. And let's take that money and give it to the families in need. Another solution I have, there's already some buses running, but if we had some steady buses running from Galena High School, 4 buses, just 4 trips up and down, we just saved 96 parking spots. We've increased capacity by 50% now. It's a lot better than spending $1.5 million. Longer season. Fortunately, we got no problem with the snowmaking. We're going to have a longer season. They close mid-April. This is May 10th. We could still be open May 10th. It's a much more hospitable time for kids learning to ski as well. We can increase the season by 78%. Management told us that it takes about 7 minutes per loop. This increases the number of runs per person by 1,320 runs by extending our season. But what about the racers? Well, what they want is nice, hard, firm snow. Well, we got that in the morning. The latest the sun comes up is 7:18 in the morning on December 21st. We can get this mountain open at 7:30 with fantastic conditions, and we can get these ski racers 642 more runs each with this increased hourly operation and the increased number of days thanks to the snowmaking. All right, so we've increased total parking by 130 spots, 68%. We've added 228 hours of operations without adding night skiing, and That's 101,962 more runs per skier with these suggested changes. Real quick, that's the road I was talking about. I want to make sure there's a permit for that. It does not exist. I live there. I can tell you firsthand. And other uses, we'd love to see the Sky Tavern Lodge brought back to what it once was. We'd love to see a lift that can accommodate mountain bikes. It's a big part of their program is mountain biking, but their lifts do not accommodate mountain bikes because they're fixed grip chairs, meaning they are too fast in the beginning and end to load a bike. Now, a ski lift is more than $1.5 million, but I'm sure they could, I believe that they could find the support for something like this. And we can do even more with our mountain and offer even more to our community with a nice new lift. And I'm sure nobody would deny wanting a nice new lift up there. And that's all I got.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
All right, we will now have the applicant come up and they will be granted 10 minutes plus a few cushion if needed to be equal.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Manager Brown, staff. My name is Josh Hicks. I'm an attorney with McDonald Carano. And it's an honor to be here today representing the Sky Tavern Junior Ski Area. There's some other representatives who are going to speak today as well, so I will do my best to speak in about 5 minutes and turn it over to somebody else. As a preliminary matter, I did submit a letter to the commission dated May 24th outlining some legal concerns with this appeal. Hopefully you had a chance to read that. I'll speak briefly to some of those issues. As you heard from staff, we're here on really one condition on the SUP that has to do with night lighting. That's the condition that the Board of Adjustment put a 9 p.m. cutoff time on, and that's the reason we're here today. The appeal itself was limited to that issue. The appeal, as you've seen and heard today too, it's not filed by individuals. It's not filed by members living down in Reno. It's filed by the Mount Rose Bowl Property Owners Water Company. And that's an important point for this commission to keep in mind. That is a water company that services 15 or 14 people up in the area, and they are the appellants in this case. Now, when an SUP is appealed to the county commission, it can only be appealed by a person who's considered aggrieved. And that's a requirement of county code. That's section 110-912-20A1. And I'm going to read what an aggrieved person has to establish. They need to establish that there was a denial of or a substantial injury to a personal or property right. So that's an important point because the question for this commission is what personal or property right of the water company has been impacted by this SUP. Now, you've heard a lot of things today, and you've seen some concern over safety of skiers. How is that the concern of a water company? Driving safety in a storm. How is that the concern of a water company? Rye mice, parking spot locations, season length. Again, none of those actually have anything to do with the appeal itself, which was limited to concern over dark skies. And even when you get to that issue, concern over dark skies, what possible concern could a water company have over that kind of issue? So there's a really important preliminary question about standing right here, and that's why we have a standing section in the county code to make sure that people who actually have property rights who are impacted by a decision are in front of this commission. That's simply not the case here today. So there is there's been no allegation of any injury to the water company itself. There's been no identification of what the water company's property rights are that are at stake. And for those reasons alone, this case should be dismissed and the SUP should be affirmed. Going beyond that and assuming that this commission does want to entertain evidence on this, it's important to remember that the appellant has the burden of proof in this case. And they have to meet that burden of proof by substantial evidence. And substantial evidence is not just speculation. It's not just conjecture. It's coming in with really technical, admissible evidence that a reasonable person would accept. And I would submit that that has not been submitted here. There's been some guesswork, there's been some conjecture, but nothing else that rises to the level of substantial evidence. And the third point I just want to leave you with is to consider what the Board of Adjustment did. You heard from staff that there's competing interests in a master plan. And master plans, as we all know, are statements of general aspirations and goals. Our Supreme Court has held that to require technical compliance with every part of a master plan is simply not feasible. They're balancing tests, and the issues of recreation and enhancing recreational opportunities are paramount in the county's master plan. In fact, if you look at why some of the key takeaways that when the master plan was first being put together, recreation and skiing specifically were mentioned as one of the top reasons people like to live in this area. So it's perfectly appropriate for the Board of Adjustment to do what they did, to think about the issues of dark skies, which are also unspecified because we don't have a dark skies ordinance, and these ideas of enhancing and creating new recreational opportunities at ski resorts like Sky Tavern. So when you balance those, I'd say the Board of Adjustment did a good job of balancing that. They did put some conditions on this. They put a 9 o'clock shut-off time. And there was a lot of evidence submitted by Sky Tavern at the Board of Adjustment, which has not been refuted. I'm not going to go over all that because it is in the record. But I want to turn it over now to representatives of Sky Tavern because they can really do a good job of telling you how important this program is, not just to them and not just to the kids in the program now, not just to high schoolers and college students, but to future generations of skiers too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yale Spina. I'm the chairman of the board at Sky Tavern. Thank you for having us and having us meeting. First of all, I want to say we respect and love our neighbors. We all work together on the Hill to promote safety amongst all of our neighbors and make sure everybody can get in and out. I want to put some perspective on this. Sky Tavern believes strongly that it's not a good idea to get kids out of school for any reason, especially right now. On average, our Washoe County school kids are about a half a year behind due to COVID. They haven't caught up yet. Getting anybody out of school is a bad idea. I'm telling you that, first of all. Second of all, you all know that this is Reno's largest city park. It's 143 acres of land that really hasn't been utilized to its highest and best use. The junior ski program has been very, very healthy, strong, and it's a national award-winning program. We're the oldest and largest of our kind in the nation. Thanks to the operations team, we won a national award 2 years ago from the NIAA. So what that means, though, is Saturday and Sunday, we're overwhelmed. We're overwhelmed. If anybody's driven up the Mount Rose Highway on a weekends, a lot of that's us. Why? Because there's such a huge demand for affordable skiing and programs that are for families. And so what ends up happening is we do our best to manage that traffic and also get as many kids on the hill. The bottom line is we're sold out. And the city of Reno would like to see its largest city park more utilized than 2 days a week, 10 weeks a year. That's not a good utilization if you think about it. As a taxpayer, I would like to see that park being used more often. And in our new lease from the city, there's obligations for us to increase the utility and the utilization of that mountain and use it more often. So when we looked at this, the only way for us to really help our community, because we're not able to serve the community that we have that's demanding our service, is to get the kids up there after school. 2 ways. First of all, I'd like to get some of the kids that the parents work in the casinos on the weekend and really can't make it up to come up after school. That'll take some of the heat off the weekends, and hopefully we'll have fewer cars on the highway for that. But get them up there after school. Also, if you're a high school racer, on average, you've got about an hour and 45 minutes of training, but we're getting them out of school to do that. And it's not a good idea. Also, Washoe County School District is having struggle with bus drivers. I don't think it's any big surprise that, there's not enough bus drivers to drive the kids. However, it would be easier for them to take the kids from school up to the mountain after school. So it makes a lot of sense for us as Sky Tavern to do these after school programs. And then also the University of Nevada would like to use the area, but they can't come on the weekends either because we're full. But if we did it after school and in the evenings, The university would love to have a junior ski program of their own. There's 17,000 kids there. Some of them don't know how to ski. And a lot of them don't know how to teach skiing if they do know how to ski. So we want to teach them to teach. So we're asking you to approve our appeal, or this approve our SUP to allow us to have these lights. Now, we did make some concessions on the hours and when we'll turn them off. We did that because of our neighbors. We really don't want to have a row with our neighbors. We want to be good friends with them and we respect them. But out of all respect for everybody, this is in the best interest of our community at large. And what it does for our whole Truckee Meadows is makes affordable skiing available for all. And that is what the Marcy Hers ideals are all about. And that's why the city of Reno owns this property in the first place, is because of Marcy Hers. I thank you.
Thank you.
4 seconds.
Good job.
I yield back my time.
Nice. Okay. This is a public hearing, so what we can do as a commission is have our discussion now and open it up to public comment. So if folks have questions or comments, we can do that now, or we can wait until we hear from the public commenters, which we have quite a few. Do we want to wait? It's looking like public comment. All right. Madam Clerk, if you could open it up to public comment.
Okay. Sally Sue Broily, followed by Susan Broily Comic.
Actually, I wasn't going to talk about what I'm going to talk about now. I thought I should tell you about the Mount Roseville Property Owners Water Company. We're not like any other water company. Our members own us. So everyone who owns a home up there owns this water company. Therefore, every member is a person who has appeal rights. We also believe that we have helped a lot for Sky Tavern. We donated them 2 5,000 gallons polycarbonate black containers, and that's how they make their snow right now. So we have worked with them also in the past. It's not just that we were against them, we're not. It's just that we have concerns about the lighting. We have concerns about the safety for the students. We have concerns about facts that there are no signage to tell the kids not to go into these ravines, not to go behind the houses, not to use the restroom in the Quaking Aspen Grove. There isn't one there. It's an outdoor restroom, and it gets used quite frequently. So these are safety things that we're concerned about because these are right next to our water supply. And that means that it's something that we have to be really, really considerate about. Something we want to be very careful about. We don't want to have Shigella. We don't want to have salmonella. We don't have to have cholera. We don't want typhus. We definitely don't want Escherichia coli. I come from a medical background, can you tell? So these are things that we have really focused on. That's why we don't want to have all these lights in the evening, because it means that you can't keep track of what's going on side streets. The lights are only in one area. They're not over the place. So, you know, when you have lights in a parking lot, they're not going to be off at 9 o'clock at night because people aren't going to leave right at 9 o'clock at night. They are going to have to work with this. And so we wish them the best of luck, but we'd like to work with them in a better capacity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Broily Komesh, followed by Emerson Reed.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Susan Broily Kamish. My family was the second home built on Bums Gulch Road. So we've been up there since 1947. My mom is the president of the Mount Roseville Property Owners Water Company. As you heard, my father is Robert Broily. He's a practicing attorney in Reno. I didn't notice when the engineer for Washoe County was testifying that she said that they opposed the lights. So I wanted to make that clear. They initially opposed the lights in the original recommendation in front of the Board of Adjustment. I didn't hear that today, so I wanted to make that clear. They opposed it. Washoe County opposed it. I have concerns with Sky Tavern's request to install lights for night skying. As a resident located in South Reno, so I'm off of Zalezi, as I sit on my couch after a long day's work, my view is the Sierra Nevada mountains. Mount Rose, Sky Tavern, Slide Mountain. Adding lights to Sky Tavern will negatively affect not only my view of the Sierra Nevada mountains, but several thousand other homes in Reno and the surrounding areas. As you know, Sky Tavern is not open to the public. So Sky Tavern's request to install lighting will only benefit those who participate in the program, yet it will be disruptive to thousands of others. I noticed that none of the letters in support, as far as I knew, were from property owners who will be directly affected by this lighting. I know Brian Sandoval, I don't know where his house is, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to be directly affected by the lights. I worked for him. I know him. He's a good guy. My second concern, as was Chris mentioned, is with teenagers and young adults navigating Mount Rose Highway in the dark and in the winter. The Nevada Department of Transportation's 2022 Mount Rose Corridor Plan under Safety Overview states, and I quote, Mount Rose exceeds the statewide averages for fatal crashes with the highest rate in the central section of the corridor, Callahan Ranch, Thomas Creek Road. High speeds are likely contributing factors with actual speeds 10 to 15 miles per hour higher than posted speeds. Several multiple fatality accidents have occurred in recent years, highlighting speed concerns, end quote. Now, under Sky Tavern's existing plan, if you approve this permit today, there's going to be probably in excess of 150 kids and young adult drivers who love to go fast. This is ski team will be added to the highway. A sad reality is that this plan will bring additional drivers to the mountain, which will most likely result in more fatalities on Mount Rose Highway. Sky Tavern, I would encourage them to consider buses. I know we've talked about it. That's a great idea. As Washoe County's governing body, your decision today will not only affect your constituents, but also people visiting the area looking to enjoy the natural beauty of Mount Rose Corridor. I humbly request that you deny this request for nightlight skiing and direct Sky Tavern to find alternate solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emerson Reed, followed by Bob Levitt. Emerson Reed. Bob Levitt.
Good afternoon. Chair Hill, members of the Washoe County Commission, my name is Bob Levitt, and as a former Washoe County School District school administrator overseeing athletics and current liaison for the Northern Nevada 4A, 5A high school athletic directors to the Nevada Interscholastic Activities Association, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly in support of the special use permit that has been approved, allowing Sky Tavern to add lighting, which will facilitate after-school training and events for high school ski race teams. Let me be clear. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of myself as the parent of a former high school ski racer and as a former school administrator overseeing high school athletics at Reno High School. High school ski racing is the only sport sanctioned by the Nevada Interscholastic Activities Association that requires students to miss significant amounts of class time for every single scheduled league event. All other sports, practices, league, games, matches, and meets are scheduled after school and on weekends. As a result, very little training has been provided for our ski racers to develop their skills as we do for all other athletes in other sports. For perspective, kids that live in ski mountain communities often finish their school schedule by 1 p.m. and spend the rest of the day training without missed class time or are able to train after sundown under the night skiing lighting. High school athletics and athletes face, in some cases, insurmountable barriers to meaningful participation and experiences. Currently, participation for a high school ski team is limited by a number of those factors. For instance, due to transportation restrictions, student athletes must board a bus around 10 a.m. to travel to the mountain on race day. That means leaving class at 9:30 a.m. to go and gather their gear before getting on the bus, and that leads to missing most of the school day. Further, That same bus then can't pick up the kids at the mountain until after the completion of the end of their end of day runs, which is frequently well after the mountain shut down. In my experience, I've sat there on the mountain with my car in the parking lot, looking at our Reno High School ski team, waiting for a bus until almost dark. In my experience, the kids are left waiting around outside until nearly dark for their bus ride home, again, draining their valuable time for studying and completing their schoolwork. Before this season at Mount Rose, high school ski racers were afforded 1/2 of one weekend day for training. For my son, that meant 2, maybe 3 actual training runs. The decision by the Northern 5A athletic directors to move training and events to Sky Tavern has opened up more opportunities to develop our student ski athletes. But again, we are faced with the barrier of daylight and facilitating opportunities for those kids without missing significant amounts of class time. Schools on the south end of town have been able to go up to Sky after school for training, but that creates an inequity as schools on the northern end of the valley are unable to benefit due to the added
Thank
drive.
you, sir.
Brett Weeble, followed by Julianne Zotter.
Good afternoon. I'm Brett Weibel. I'm the employed by Washoe County School District as the ski racing coordinator of high school. I've been coaching and in administration and ski racing for over 20 years. Our program has been in inception since 1974, so it's 50 years of high school ski racing. Very rare amongst any high schools, and I'm very proud to have this tradition. We have a lot of alumni in the community, a lot of people that I talk to that have gone through ski racing with fond memories, improving their skiing, and a great experience. A little backcountry or back history. We were at Mount Rose for about 40 years. And then we kind of moved around a little bit. We did do some night skiing at Boreal at one point, but we just moved to Sky Tavern last year. And like Bob admitted to, we got shorted time and on the weekends at Mount Rose. Weekends used to be our training days, but it became so minimal that it just wasn't worth it. Sky Tavern was a great move for us. We got a lot more time. We kind of were treated as our own personal mountain. And it was a great move. We ran all of our races this year. We got a great state championship. We had a awards party on the deck with parents, athletes. It was a great celebration. Every year we take 24 of our best athletes to Mammoth to compete in regionals. And we do compete against California, Oregon, Colorado, Minnesota even. And we do decent, but we could do better. And I feel like it's that training time that we just don't have. As Bob alluded to, we just can't get enough time on the hill. And if we were to get a little more time, we could improve our athletes, improve safety, and compete better in regionals. So challenges right now, the tidbits is school gets out at 2:30 every day for high school, most high schools in the town. This year, we really tried it. This is my second year as a coordinator, and I'm a teacher by trade. So I wanted to keep kids in school. So my whole point was, let's wait till after school, get on the bus as fast as you can, and get up to Sky Tavern. And those schools, Spanish Springs, North Valleys, it's a good 45 to an hour to get up there, and it just didn't work. They were there by 3:15, got about a half an hour of training, and then 4 o'clock, and it got dark. And that's what it is. It's not going past closing time, it's dark. So if we can get some lights and some later skiing, we can get a good 2-3 hours of training, improve these kids' skills, and have a lot better experience. Sorry, and the last thing I wanted to add was 80% of our schools use school buses. There's only a couple schools that allow the kids to drive up there. So we have professional drivers going up anyway. They know how to drive in snow. We've never had a problem at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julianne Zotter, followed by Mybrit Malbeck.
Good afternoon, Julianne Zotter. Woo! Julianne Zotter for the record. I am one of the engineers who's been working with Sky Tavern for, gosh, probably my whole career trying to get this going. I just wanted to go over a couple of inconsistencies that we've kind of heard today. One of which is the lighting. That's what we're talking about today, right? We're all concerned about the lights. The skiing lights that we're going to use are not like a car headlight where they're pointing out into the valley. They're aimed down towards the snow. The point is to illuminate the snow. Now, yes, the snow will reflect it up a little bit. It does create a glow, but it's not the same as a point source like a traffic light coming down off the mountain. It's aimed down. They have shields on them to, our whole point is to get as much light as possible on the snow itself. So I wanted to make that clear. We also at Robinson have done a, how do I want to put this, like a profile analysis of the view shed from the homeowners to the lighting that we are proposing. And we can prove with the topography that they won't actually see the lights. And I can provide that if you'd like. Let's see. We also have approval. We have a letter of support from the Arrow Creek Homeowners Association. So as far as views from the valley, it doesn't seem to be as big of a concern as some may say. Let's see, I'm just checking my notes here. Forgive me. Susan Broyley did point out that Washoe County denied the lights in our first application for the special use permit, and she's correct. They did. But the whole point of the Board of Adjustments meeting, which we went through that exercise, was to get the lights approved, which is what was the outcome of that meeting. So just because it's an iterative process, sometimes things get denied and then they get approved. It's really not necessary to point that out, right? How many things have been denied and approved in the course of a project. So in short, I just wanted to express my support for the project. I don't think this lighting pollution is as big of a concern as some people are making it out to be, especially with the 9 p.m. cutoff time. Even if they were to use it during the summer, which was a concern, there's no need to. The sun stays up till 9 p.m. in July. There's no need to run the lights in the summer. As far as our dark skies concerns, I think 9 p.m., that gives you plenty of dark throughout the night. So with that, I'll yield my 22 seconds and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Maybrit Malbeck, followed by Michael Chapman.
Good afternoon. I'm Maybrit Malbeck, and I live on Sky Tavern Road. It's a little dirt road just behind the lodge. We are 10 homes up there. 7 homes share a spring just a few miles above Sky Tavern Road and onto Old Mount Rose Highway. And my biggest concern is the water, because there has been no hydrological survey on how the snowmaking and the 2 wells are going to affect our water, which is really important to us. It's our drinking water. We have no wells. Actually, 4 of the homes on Sky Tavern Road, they do have wells, but they're concerned too. So that's our biggest concern. All the homes on Sky Tavern Road, they face the ski hill. So telling me that we won't be affected by the lights, I don't buy that. I think we see right onto the ski hill from our kitchen windows. And I just wanted to express my negative feeling about this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Chapman. And as he's approaching, I will state for the record, there are emails that have been received and will be placed on record.
Thank you.
I'm Michael Chapman, a member of the Mount Roseville Water Association. And I'd say that, I wouldn't think of it as a water company. It's much more of a homeowners association just to represent all of us as a group. We've got more power together. I do share some concerns that the previous speaker mentioned about the water supply. It is fed by a natural spring that was supposed to have a shelf life of about 50 years, and we're already surpassed that. And I do share, I am concerned that there are, adding a couple million gallons of water storage could impact us negatively. And then, if we are going to be impacted negatively by having more traffic and more lights and everything up there, I do feel pretty strongly that if we have to deal with the headaches, that the residents should at least be able to get some benefit. And personally, that would be being able to ski at night. So if we got to deal with it, let us at least ski at night. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay, we are now to the point of the commissioner discussion and question part of this public hearing. So I think it's important to, and we've done this before on other appeals, ask about the issue of standing. From my standpoint, I certainly hear the applicant's concern about the water company having standing, but I just see it as a group of neighbors who came together and used the water company as the auspice of the being an appellant. So I don't have a problem giving them standing, especially with how their proximity to the project in question. But I look to the rest of the board to see if there are issues with that. Vice Chair Herman. Okay. Commissioner Andriola.
And we're specifically addressing
Standing.
standing. I don't have a problem in moving forward. It sounded like obviously it is a bit of an HOA. I think that's what was just described. So I know legal counsel disagreed with that, but I don't mind allowing that standing to be considered in our discussion.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
What does our legal stand on? How do they stand on the standing? Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. You could consider the issue of standing and determine whether that's dispositive as far as whether the appellants had a right to appeal. The only problem I think with that is that they didn't really have a chance, the appellants, to address this issue. So that would probably require us to come back and allow them to show why they have an injury or meet the standing requirements. I think because everyone is here and everyone has had a chance to address the merits, I think it is proper to move forward on the merits today. But you can certainly, if it bothers you, you can certainly ask the appellants to come back and address standing. But I would want them to be able to prepare for that argument.
Okay. And Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was my same concern. It's Commissioner Garcia had is what does our legal department have to say about this? So that was my question.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we will move forward with the discussion of the appeal. I'll go back down around the board to see if there are questions or comments. Vice Chair Herman.
Anything, oh, sorry.
Oh, you're
I
fine.
can't think of anything to argue right now.
Okay. Okay.
Just passed me by.
All right. Commissioner Andriola.
I really wanted just to get some clarification. I know it's lighting, and that's the subject at hand. So I just want to get some clarification. So you had showed the slide of a projection of what the lumens would be with one light, or is that all of the lights?
At Oakley, Washoe County Planning. So there was one slide that had a photo on the left that was an actual picture taken of one of the lights. And then the image on the right was a photometric rendering. So not a picture, but a projected image of what all of the lights would look like.
Okay. And I have had experience skiing at night, obviously not at Sky Tavern, but I have skied at Sky Tavern. And the lights going down are a good point because you need to see the snow versus going out like a headlight. So that rendering that we saw was exactly that, as where they would be positioned down the mountain.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there any concern during any of this, even though we are talking about lighting, of any water issue?
That topic was discussed at length at the Board of Adjustment, and they considered it and made the decision with that information.
Okay.
And I would also, just a point of order, that issue is not before you today,
Okay.
only the lighting.
Fair
So
enough.
let's just stay on topic so
Fair
it's not
enough.
too fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for doing a great job. That was a test, not really. So I don't have any other questions that pertain to lighting. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
No questions for staff. I just wanted to commend the appellant for actually bringing forward some creative solutions. We don't always see that in these chambers. So I really appreciate your open-mindedness there, and for everybody that came today to share their perspectives and opinions. This is an asset for the whole community, and I know these decisions are tough, but I support the Board of Adjustment's decision. to approve the SUP. I can find all 5 findings, and I appreciate their time restriction to making that at 9. I think that shows a little concession there. And I know it's not lighting, but I encourage Sky Tavern to continue to work well with the neighbors and neighborhoods, see what kind of incentives or programs or packages they can offer to help ease the pain of the lights.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Clark?
No further comments?
Okay, well, Commissioner Garcia, is that your motion?
Yes, it's in the form of the motion, and my kids do go to Sky Tavern, but I will be voting on this, so.
Okay, I'm looking for a second.
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board on the motion and the second? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. We will now be moving on to item 17. And this is a second reading. Madam Clerk.
This will be ordinance number 1722, and ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 11.
If y'all could do your talking out in the hallway, that would be wonderful. Continue on, Madam Clerk.
I'll start over.
Okay.
This will be ordinance number 1722, and ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 11, alternative sentencing by amending Section 11.090 governing fees for cost of supervision by authorizing the adoption of a fee schedule for supervision to be made by resolution and all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto. It was formerly Bill number 1912.
Thank you very much. Does the board want to see a staff presentation on this? We've seen this recently. I'm seeing a no from the board. Does the board have any questions on the second reading? I'm not seeing any public comment, Madam Clerk.
There is. We have Drew Rebar.
Thank you.
Hi there, Drew Rebar, for the record, and candidate for Assembly District 40, which covers southeast Washoe County. By my reading of this, what I'm seeing here is we want to make it easier to increase fees. Fees by definition under Article 4, Section 18 of the Nevada Constitution are a tax. Our Constitution makes it fairly difficult to raise taxes. You have to have a 2/3 majority in the Assembly and the Senate and get the governor's signature. I don't think we should make it easier to increase fees. I don't think we should make a change. I think you should preserve the authority that you have currently that makes it harder to adopt a fee. I'm just opposed to all of the fees that I've seen over my lifetime being added by government on top of fees, on top of fees. I get it, costs are going up. It makes it harder to balance budgets, makes it harder to do things. But the point is to make it hard to spend the public's money or collect fees from the public, especially what you're seeing here is these are fees for supervision. These are people that don't have jobs outside of the world. I'm assuming most of them were released from custody or in some type of program. So we're talking about lower income people right here that you're talking about raising fees on. So I think you need to be very careful with the authority that you give up. And respectfully, I would say vote no on this and keep the same process that we've had for many years now to adopt fees and not make it easier to raise taxes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, any other board questions or comments on this item? I'm not seeing any. I am looking for a motion on item 17, please.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Looking for a second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Any question on the motion? Can we please have oh my gosh, I didn't do roll call on the last one, but can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Chair Hill?
Yes.
Vice Chair Herman?
No.
Commissioner Clark?
No.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Andriola?
Yes.
That is a 3-2 in favor of passing this ordinance.
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman and Commissioner Clark against it. On to item 18. Back to you, Madam Clerk.
This will be ordinance number 1723. An ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 15, County Finances, Purchasing, by modifying and updating language for audits in the Audit Committee. These updates include clarifying functions and authority for independent external auditors, changing the appropriation of monies from the county manager to the comptroller for audits by independent external auditors, updating requirements for Audit Committee membership, clarifying that the county manager sits on as a non-voting member, adding quorum requirements and reasons for committee members' removal from the Audit Committee, combining and modifying sections about the Audit Committee's Code of Ethics and Charter, removing language from governing consent and approval from elected officials for audits into the official statutory duties and responsibilities because the provision conflicts with the Board of County Commissioners' authority to order an audit of an elected official's department, modifying language related to an audit schedule, modifying language related to special audits, modifying language related to auditors' access to records, modifying language related to the written response to an audit, and changing audit retention for 3 years instead of permanent retention, and all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto, formerly Bill number 1913.
Thank you very much. Does the board want to see a staff report on this item?
Sure.
Okay, Commissioner Herman would like to see a staff report.
Caitlin Clydesty, Internal Audit Manager. We had a presentation prepared for the last staff meeting. I didn't push it forward. I can go over any questions you have regarding it, but all of the stuff was redlined, outlined in the thing with the changes that DA Edwards had noted last time. So is there anything I can specifically answer for you?
Do you feel like this is a complete, the complete document and that we won't need to be making too many changes? Or how hard will it be to make a change if something turns out that it was not working?
Going forward, there should not be any more changes today. It's a second reading from my understanding. It'll be voted on and effective within 10 days, if that's correct.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may just jump in here, I don't, and if I'm misspeaking for you, Commissioner Herman, let me know. But I was thinking maybe what Commissioner Herman was asking is just give us another little general overview of the changes because they were pretty substantial. So just a little overview, kind of in a nutshell. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So the changes that we do have noted was defining internal, independent external auditors. So anywhere that they were using private accounting firm or anything like that, it was really defining that. The next change we have was shifting the responsibility from the Office of the County Manager to the Comptroller for the hiring of the external auditor. So it was just shifting offices there. The other kind of substantial change was adding requirements, minimum requirements to sit on the audit committee, to having financial experience for all audit committee members instead of having one, just because of the nature of what we're reviewing. It does lend itself to some expertise. And then we also added back what Nate Edwards had, or DA Edwards had mentioned last time, instead of removing those. We have there is a chair and a vice chair. That is very specifically outlined in the code now. We have that our audit committee will hold our, not the audit committee, the internal audit will hold our work papers for 3 years instead of indefinitely. Our audit reports are stored permanently because they go to the BCC, so they sit with the clerk's office for permanent record. And then the last kind of big thing was that the independent external auditors, their reports will be reviewed by the audit committee regardless. They have to be at least reviewed on an annual basis. So that's kind of like the big changes. If we decide that something doesn't work, I can pursue changing it again, just not tomorrow. Does that make any sense? Do you have any other questions?
No, okay, the only question I have is, do you feel that this will help that board in many ways that will make it
Yes.
work better?
It does formalize our board. Oh, one other big change is we're going from a 3-year audit schedule planning to a 1-year audit schedule planning. That will also help with us to be able to respond to risks a little bit faster and emerging issues. So this does formalize our board a lot. It does give us a more new like guidelines because the changes, the IIA, which is the Institute of Internal Auditors, who's kind of governs us, they came out with new standards that are effective this year going into next year. So we're kind of just drawing up to standards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comments or questions on the second reading? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. Any public comment?
There is Drew Rebar.
Hi again, Drew Rebar for the record. Again, one of the reasons I'm running for assembly and what a lot of people tell me out there as I'm talking to them, government accountability. A lot of the things that I heard in this are pretty good things. My major concern with this is the record retention going from indefinitely currently. Government should be keeping records to getting rid of them in 3 years. Why do we want to get rid of government records after 3 years, especially when it's about money? I think we should keep the records. That would be my opposition to this, is keeping the records, public accountability, and public accessibility. So change it so we don't get rid of the records and make it so there's accountability and the people can see what's happening with everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other comments from the board or questions? I'm not seeing any. Then I would entertain a motion.
I'll move, but I will make a comment because the records actually go to, in the minutes, that is indefinite. So it will be indefinite and will be able to be transparent at any time for all of our lives and those who follow us. So having said that, I'll move to approve the second reading of ordinance number, or the adoption of 1723.
Thank you. Looking for a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any questions on the motion from the board? Seeing none, may I have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Certainly. Chair Hill,
Yes.
Vice Chair Herman,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Andriola.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you
Passage.
very much. All right, we will now move into our final public comment, item 19. Mr. Manager.
Item 19, public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Public comment.
First up, we have Janet Butcher, followed by Penny Brock.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. Want to bring up the elections again. This is so embarrassing. I think you guys would be embarrassed. There's no excuse whatsoever for more than one ballot going out. No excuse for getting the sample ballot 3-4 days after you get the ballot and only 2 days before early election starts. And I also kind of question was the training sufficient? There have already been at least one, if not more people who have been removed from being a poll worker, like a manager or something from a site, because they may have made one mistake. So were they trained properly? I've talked to several people who were trained, and every time we do it, we change things a little bit, but we give something and we take something away and we don't get it correct. if we can't go to a simpler system, then can't we make this one right? This is so utterly embarrassing. And then I want to make one quick note about road construction, as the person got up here and said that they're trying to keep up with the growth within the community. We're not trying to keep up with the growth. We're trying to catch up. Can we halt it a little bit? I know that there are people making money. There are people getting money in their pockets, but can we stop and kind of make sure the infrastructure is going to be in place before we start the building? I mean, I live out on Pyramid and it is pathetic. It's already, they can open it up and we're still going to be backed up because they've built all of those apartments. Right on Eagle Canyon Road, there's a 4-story building that has gone on Eagle Canyon. I don't know when that got snuck in, but 4 stories out in a valley, out in a rural or semi-rural area. You guys gotta like halt it a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Penny Brock?
Penny Brock, for the record. Well, that was an interesting morning with the comment from the domestic violence victim. Then even more shocking was the vote about Karma Bach's contract, where the women on the dais could have voted to table that in support of the domestic violence victim. But instead, it was to our one man on the dais that stood up for this domestic violence woman. This is going to make news throughout the valley. I got a copy of that victim's report. You know what they say, bad news travels fast. And once the word gets out that the women on the dais did not support this woman of domestic violence, how do you think the votes are going to go for those that are up for election this year? You need the woman's vote. Do you think you're going to get it? If you notice, Libby Barron stood with that domestic violence. Who's Libby Barron? She's formerly with the ACLU. She's got ties to the ACLU. Do you think you'll be hearing from the ACLU? What are the domestic violence nonprofits going to say about this? Some of you up here on the dais are strong advocates of women's rights. Well, I think that we saw women's rights die this morning. And why did the women burn their bras years ago for women's rights? You just set that back. You set that back by not, do you know how hard it was for her to come forward? It's hard enough for just the public to come forward, but when you're a victim of domestic violence and you know that the person that she's alleging did this to her is in the room, do you know how hard that was for her? And yet she got no sympathy. She got no sympathy. All you said is, well, we have to approve it. No, you didn't. You could have tabled it. What kind of a message did you send to that victim and to the other victims that are out there? I sat there and I thought, you know what? You can be sure that in the homeless camps and in the CARES campus, you've sent the message that it's okay for domestic violence of women in that environment. When does it stop? There's something going on that's not right. And you didn't even stand up and say, we need an independent investigation going on here. Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in, but I did have an email received that I will place on the record.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And now we will move into our last item of the day, item 20. Mr. Manager.
Item 20 is commissioners and county managers announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, and topics for future agendas.
Thank you. Do you have anything for us, Manager Brown?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Okay. Vice Chair Herman.
I am just going to make a plea that we have that we try to make it a honest as possible election, considering the obstacles. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Andriola and Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I brought it up earlier today. I'd like to see it as an agenda item to have a direction to the Register of Voters in the future to send out send out the ballot, the proofs of the ballot to the folks that are running for office, and get the folks that are running for office to approve the ballot before it's printed. Let these people proofread the ballots. As I said, everyone understands what office they're running for, how they spell their name, what district they're in, who their opponent is. Let's get some other eyes and ears to proofread this. You know, in the past, we had the clerk sitting here. She wasn't on a ballot. We had the assessor, the current assessor, when he ran for office the last time. He wasn't on certain ballots. There's a lot of things that could be checked, and we avoid a lot of embarrassment if we do a little bit of fact checking before things, embarrassment and tax dollars not wasted if we get this done before it goes out. I don't see any harm in letting somebody who files for an office to vet their name spelling. We had people's names were spelled wrong. I mean, how does that happen? Names are wrong, districts are wrong, races are wrong, left off the ballot. Let's have some people proofread this. Nobody at the county should be embarrassed by this. That's why people proofread things. Let's let the people who are on the ballot take a look at it before we go to the expense of printing those. So I'd like to have that as an agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you everyone for a wonderful meeting. We are adjourned.